music to the noise, yeah, the mess we make. Machine Pun Kelly get caught in the fray. Facts and logic with a twist of chest. Strip it down to truth, yeah, forget the rest. Humor pulls the lies right out of the park. Look beyond the shadows that set the dark. Sparks of laughter fire up the night, bringing clarity when they blur the fight. Cut through the chaos, yeah, the tangled lies. Steve Fun Kelly with the set of clear eyes. Truths and jokes gonna rock this show. Step into life where the real facts flow.
To the Pun Show. Just got to handle something right here. So sorry about that. Whoops. Trying to get too many things done at once here. I'm doing like this thing early because of the Minneapolis thing, and kind of wanted to jump on top of this. So sorry for all the unprofessional stuff, but I don't claim to be a professional because I'm not. So I get a little latitude that way. So yeah, if you're not watching, ICE agents murdered a woman today, and they're trying to make it out like they didn't murder a woman today, but they clearly did murder a woman today, because if you watch the video, Christine OM is saying that it was an act of self-defense, that the woman was a domestic terrorist trying to shoot somebody, or was trying to like ram the ICE agents with the car. And I'll show you the videos. And I've got 3 different videos to show you that absolutely there is no way any reasonable person can look at this and say the only thing that ICE agent could do was shoot somebody. So I'm going to first, before we go anything, hi Rick, how are you doing? Or, HC. I'm going to show the video. Yeah, she backed up and hit the gas to try to get away, not to run over she's actually turning away from the ICE agent that shot her. How do you try to ram somebody? He shot her through the driver's side window. How do you ram somebody with the driver's side window when they're on the left side of your car? Do you like drive the car sideways? So yeah, let's watch the video. This is one angle. She's in that red SUV, dark red SUV. Okay, the ICE agent walks over there. They're going to tell her she's trying to turn around. She's trying to block traffic. It's backed up to drive out, and then she's pulling away. She's pulling to the right. The ICE agent is on her left, right? And then he pulls out his gun and shoots her. There's no way to look at that.
What the fuck?
If he hadn't shot,
dude, what the fuck?
He would be dead. There was no way that he was going to be run over if he did not shoot her. Okay, let's try another angle. Goes over there.
No!
Tries to open the door.
Shame! Shame! Oh my fucking
Pulls out his gun and
God!
shoots her through the driver's
What
side
the
window.
fuck?
How is he going to get run over if he didn't shoot her?
You...
And one more angle. This one you can actually see his face rather than away from it. Here we go. And then he shoots. So I brought the receipts there, Mr. C. And all 3 angles very clearly show that he was not going to be killed if he did not shoot her. He just straight up killed her. And you can say like if you really think that he had some kind of legitimate fear or something like that, then that just proves that he didn't have enough training, because he could have just taken a half step backwards. He was in absolutely no danger whatsoever. It looked like she was told to try to turn around and got conflicting information. One of them trying to like open the door, another one trying to tell her to leave. And so she's trying to leave. And then they shoot her for trying to leave. She was not even a protester. Yeah, and there wasn't really, like Christine O.M. makes it sounds like there's like riots going on there. There were no riots. There was nothing violent happening. That was a very clear thing. And they were like trying to dig their car out of snow or whatever. Like, when, first of all, ice getting locked in by snow is kind of, you got to appreciate the humor in that. But I have 25 videos of all angles, and she was not at fault. She was following instruction to move out of the way. She did not attack an ICE agent. We just watched the video. It is very clear she did not attack an ICE agent. She didn't. I mean, like, where's the ICE agent?
Dude, you did a murder for what?
Oh, whoops. Here we go. See there? Just trying to drive away is all she's trying to do.
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
All she's trying to do is drive away. He comes over to her. They grab the driver's side door. And she's just trying to drive away. Why is she steering away from them, Vincent? If she's trying to hit him, why is she steering away from him? The car is being steered to the right, and he is on the left. So how is she trying to kill him with her car by steering away from him? I mean, I don't know if directions work differently in Trump land, but here in America, right and left are opposites. All right. He shot her through the driver's side window. He was stepping towards the car, not away from it. How was she trying to attack him? Looks to me like he was trying to attack her. He murdered her. And that is the only way to describe it. And that is what will happen in court. Because we know in Minneapolis, when officers murder people, they go to jail for it. Just ask Chauvinist or whatever his name was. Vincent, watch the video. Yes, the video is like, I don't even need to elaborate. I don't need to commentate. I don't need to say anything at all. Right and left are different directions. So the other thing I wanted to do, so Ashley Babbitt, I knew that I was thinking it was kind of funny that Ashley Babbitt was like the thing everybody was arguing about right before this happened. Ashley Babbitt was trying to break through. She was trying to crawl through a broken window of a barricaded door with Secret Service agents and Capitol Police officers with guns trained on the door, while they were protecting the lives of congressmen and the vice president of the United States, while people were yelling, "Hang Mike Pence" on the other side. She was the first one to go through, and they made sure she was the last one to go through. And if they hadn't made sure, we might have had a vice president murdered that day. We might have had Congress people murdered that day. That police officer saved lives, and she was trying to take lives. I don't care about the pocket knife she had or how many weapons she had. She was the weapon. That entire crowd was a weapon deployed by Donald Trump to try to prevent the election results from being certified. And that is a matter of fact. It's a matter of documented fact. There's no question about that. She was there, and she was one of the ones that had done a reconnaissance mission before. She knew exactly where she was. She knew exactly what she was doing. And she wasn't trying to give Mike Pence a hug. She wasn't there as a tourist. She wasn't even there as a protester. She wasn't even there as a demonstrator. She was there to try and kill the vice president of the United States. And let's not even try and pretend like there's any other reason for her to be at that place, crawling through that window at that time. And the officer, they reviewed it, and he was 100% justified in shooting. This woman right here was just trying to leave. When did committing trespass? You know what? There were over 1,000 people there that committed trespass that didn't get shot. She didn't get shot for committing trespass. She got shot for trying to crawl through the window, the broken window that they broke of a barricaded door to try and murder the vice president. Don't sit there and just pretend like she just happened to be like 1 foot on the wrong side of the sidewalk or something. We are not talking genuine. Yeah. People need to stay out of the way and let ICE do the job. Well, she was trying to get out of the way. The question here is not about ICE agents or whether, you know, this is not even, she was an American citizen. And whether people, you know, want to stay out of the way and let ICE do their job is like another thing. Like, people are allowed to protest their government if they think the government is acting unfairly. That's not the issue here. The issue here is whether ICE agents can murder protesters or murder people, period. His life was not in danger and he murdered her. He pulled out a gun, fired multiple shots into her head through the driver's side window. And then later on, they say there was a riot. There's no riot there. You can quite clearly see there's no riot going on. You can quite clearly see she is driving, she is steering out of his way, not into him, away from him. And he shot her and killed her. He shot her in the head twice. She's dead. 37-year-old woman is dead. I mean, she was trying to stay out of the way. Honestly, she was trying to get out of the way. She was trying to leave. She was literally trying to do exactly that. She said so in her video. The woman had a video? I haven't seen that. I am not kidding about anything. She wasn't an illegal immigrant. She wasn't an illegal immigrant. She was an American citizen. She was a white woman. She was 100% a legal citizen trying to leave the scene. And she got shot in the head. I don't know what you think I'm kidding about here. She was just as much an American citizen as Ashley Babbitt. She wasn't trying to murder the vice president. So we'll get into this in a minute, Lord Dementius. It's not, I would have a little bit more leniency for ICE if this were a first time, if there wasn't a pattern of ICE overreaching and doing things, then DHS lying about ICE, and then DHS getting caught in their lies. Like, it's happened. I've got a list of 17. This is the 17th time, at least, in the last year that something like this has happened. Not where it's involved a murder, but where DHS has said one thing, and then video evidence has proved that DHS was lying. So when DHS is coming out with a statement about how it is an act of domestic terrorism, just less than just hours after the shooting with no investigation, I was immediately suspect. And then like 20 minutes later, the video surfaced. Crawling through a window is trespass. No. Crawling through a window trying to kill the vice president is another thing, dude. She wasn't just crawling through a window. Stop with that. Stop with it, dude. You know you're just full of crap. Well, it's actually 3 video clips. And you rushed to judgment on Ashley Babbitt based on 1 video clip. And it just completely dismissed the context of what she was crawling through that window to do, what was going on around that video. This is a video that very clearly shows a woman trying to leave the scene and getting shot. She didn't try to, okay. Vincent, again, he was on her left. She was steering towards the right. How is she trying to steer towards the ICE agent when she quite deliberately steered away from the ICE agent? Do you want to see it again? Let's watch it again.
What the fuck?
Whoops. All right.
Get the fuck out
See
of
how
my
she
neighborhood.
steers towards the right? Watch how she steers towards the right. Okay, he's on the left. You see that? They're on the left. She steers towards the right. How is she trying to steer into the ICE
What the
agent by
fuck?
steering away from the ICE agent? Like, really think about that. I want you to actually process that with your human brain and think about it. She was steering away from him. Why? How was she trying to run over him by steering away from him? He stepped towards the car. He leaned into the car. He put his hip into the car. Well, Ashley Babbitt wasn't protesting. I mean, people like that was a riot. I mean, that was more of a riot than any of the 2020 riots that people complain about were. But now we're going to get into that. Which, by the way, this shooting was only like 2 blocks away from where George Floyd was murdered. I don't. What? How am I lying, Rico or Eric? What is my lie? Please tell me what I'm lying about. Like, you know, I would love to know what I'm lying about. Am I lying about left and right? Am I lying about Ashley Babbitt trying to crawl through a broken window of a barricaded door with Mike Pence on the other side of the door while thousands of people were trying to get in and they're shouting, "Hang Mike Pence"? What part of that am I lying about? It is when you enter a space that you are. Oh, so Kitty tells me Ashley Babbitt said she was there to kill the VP in a video before the rally. So, I mean, and it's pretty obvious she wasn't there to give him a hug. They are bringing up January 6th because they have nothing they can spin on the ICE murder. Again, the telepathy that the... Okay, but you don't need telepathy to tell left from right. I mean, I don't understand. What do you think is the telepathy here? Do you think it's like trying to figure out, like you can figure out that this woman was trying to murder an ICE agent by steering away from him, but Ashley Babbitt says that she wants to kill the vice president. She's trying to crawl through this broken window that she broke and through a barricaded door while people are, pointing guns at them. And they're charged with trying to protect the life of the vice president while people on the other side are yelling, "Hang Mike Pence." That takes telepathy. I mean, that officer had reason to believe that she was a threat, and he took care of that threat. ICE murdered a person. They literally murdered a person today. I showed the video. See, this is
Dude,
the murder.
what the fuck?
This is straight up murder, dude. This is murder. This is a murder.
Get
This
the
is
fuck
a
out of my
video
neighborhood.
recording of an actual murder. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. And the person that was shot wasn't an illegal immigrant. The person that was shot was an American citizen. So it doesn't have anything to do with illegal immigrants. Why is ICE out there murdering American citizens? That's what you should be upset about, not me saying that's what happened. Okay. Is that on my Blue Sky link? Okay. Nope. Where did you send that to, Kitty? Is it on Twitter? Did you send that to my DMs or something? Or I don't know. Sorry, I can't find it. So sorry. Telepathy is the supposed communication of thoughts or ideas by means other than the known senses. What do you mean? Private chat. Oh, this private chat? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. So let me. Awesome. All right. Here, let me take care of that. I'm gonna upload. What's it? Yeah. I'm gonna upload a new video, another slow motion link, thanks to sounds like a cow's in there, doesn't it? All right, here we go. One more video. I mean, it is pretty clear she is not trying to ram it. There she is. She's backing up to try and pull away like they're. He is pulling out his gun and he's shooting into her as she is trying to drive away. She is pulling away from him. He is pulling away from him as he is firing his gun into the driver's side window. How do you fire into the driver's side window if somebody is driving towards you? How are you standing on the side of the car and firing a gun into the driver's side window when they are driving towards you? Right there, he is on the left of the car. He's pulling out his gun. She is steering to the right. He is on the left, and he is right there. While let's pause it right here. Right there. How on earth is she trying to hit him with the car while he is firing his gun? There is no way any reasonable person can look at this screenshot right here and think this guy is acting in self-defense. How is that anything but murder? I would really love to hear an answer to that. That looks like murder to me. Okay, so that looks like murder. The other one, the last shot he fired, he was actually behind her. It'll be interesting once they do the autopsy and they've got the angles of the bullets. How's he like leaning over and toward, like? I'm sorry. There is zero belief that I have that he would be dead if he hadn't fired those shots. And I think that's a pretty reasonable. I think that's a pretty reasonable perspective. Yes, so he didn't need to shoot her because he could have just moved out of the way. Right? I mean, so he didn't need to murder her, is what you're saying. And she wasn't trying to kill him. She was trying to leave. She was trying to steer out of the way. But use of deadly force is like, you need to do that. He's supposed to be the trained police officer. Are you honestly telling me he would be dead right now if he had not killed her? Right here, even when you say because he jumped out of the way, he didn't really jump out of the way, but even if he had, then you're saying that there was a way to avoid the confrontation. He shot her in the left side of the head. Can't tell unless you show more precursor portion of video. I don't know what precursor is. He's standing on ice trying to prevent. He is ice. Trying to prevent falling over. How is murdering her going to stop that? The whole question is not trying to figure out a way to justify what he did. The whole way you should be looking at this is, did he need to do that? She was not trying. There is zero. I do not believe, not for 1 second, that anybody can honestly look at that video and think she was trying to kill him. Do you think she was trying to kill him? No, he was not being attacked and he jumped out of the way. That's not true. But even if it were true, he still didn't need to kill her. It's not true. What you said isn't true, and it's shown by the video. But even if it were true, he still didn't need to kill her. She wasn't trying to kill him because he stepped into the car. There, in this video, he actually stepped towards her. It's kind of hard to see. But you can see he stepped towards the car. This is why I say he didn't jump. He didn't jump away from it. He actually stepped into it and he leaned his hip into it. And there's another witness testimony that says he struck the car with his hip. He was leaning into the car, not away from it. She was trying to steer away from him. So we got another video coming in. All right, let's open this up. I think there's only so many ways you can look at this before you have to be honest and say she was not trying to kill him.
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood!
Is this? I think I already
What the fuck?
But no, there's no way that I look at that. I'm sorry, buddy, but there's no way I look at this video and I see her steering to the right when he's to the left. Right is opposite of left the last time I checked. I know I'm not a genius, but I'm pretty sure right and left are opposites. At least from when I was in the military, we learned right from left. The beginning. Was that the video I showed, or did I? All right. I hope that was the right video that I played. But she didn't. Like everybody keeps saying, she drove towards it. We've watched the video from like 5 different angles, and she was steering away from the agent, and she was driving away. She was driving away from the scene. She was not driving towards the agent. She was driving away from the agents, who were not at any point struck by the car that she was driving. And she never aimed it at them either. So no, this is not what happens. This is what happens when you have barely trained ICE agents out in the field. You hear that, Dizzy? This is what happens when you have barely trained federal agents out in the field and you give them guns and you don't give them adequate training, is you have people getting murdered. She did not steer the car towards them. She did not drive a vehicle at them. She was driving a vehicle away from them. Away from them. Like the car was behind, they were behind the car and she was going away. I don't know how much more clear that can be. He left the scene. Why? She was trying to leave the scene because they told her to. I mean, at least it sounds like she got conflicting information. One officer was telling her you have to leave, and another officer was like trying to pull at the thing. She was just trying to drive away. She hadn't broken any laws or anything. She was just trying to turn around and drive away. I keep driving this from a position, arguing this from a position. Yes. Okay. She did not drive at him as clear as day. She drove away from him as clear as day. And it didn't open her up to deadly force. She was driving away. He fired through the driver's side window. The last shot was actually through from behind her. She was not driving towards him. She was driving the opposite of toward him. She was driving away from him. I don't know how much. I mean, like, are you seriously just that stubborn and obdurate that you can't even acknowledge that they were behind her when she got killed? She wasn't a criminal, and she was a citizen. Like, what is, like, this is just, what is wrong with you guys? An American citizen was killed by ICE agents today because she was trying to leave. She wasn't driving towards them. The video very clearly shows that. It's very obvious that's not what happened. And I kind of like, there's only so many times I want to play a snuff film on my TV, on my channel. But that's what that is. He killed her. He was not, there is zero chance if he had not fired the gun that he would be dead right now. She wasn't being arrested. She hadn't broken any crimes. She wasn't threatening anybody. Driving a car is not a felony. What crime did she commit? She was driving away from them. Sounds like the ICE agents told her to. No, she wasn't driving towards other ICE agents. There's no other ICE agents in the video. And whether the ICE agents told her to get out of the car or not doesn't mean that they have a right to kill her if she doesn't. That's where you get into, like rules of engagement and stuff. And all she did was like turn her car around. She committed no crime. They had no crime she committed to detain her. They didn't have any legal reason to tell her to get out of the car. She was under no legal obligation to get out of the car. No, she pulled out to a point where she could. No, but she didn't. That's why I keep pointing out. He was on the left. He was pointing the car through the gun through the driver's side window as he shot. He was, if what you were saying is true, he would be pointing the gun at the windshield, not the side of the car. You don't hit people with the side of your car unless you're like trying to sideswipe it, in which case you would have been steering to the left instead of to the right. She was steering away from him, not towards him. This is like just basic physics. Every single stream is playing this video because it's the only bad thing they can focus on today. There were all kinds of other bad things we could focus on today. But yes, an American citizen got murdered today. I don't have any idea what you're talking about that, Carmel. Maybe you guys should stop attacking that. Nobody got attacked. So why she sides in the road? Why was she sideways in the road? She was turning around because they told her to turn around. They told her to move and get out of the way. It's crazy that you take this many, but I don't take many L's. It's just you guys are too obdurate to know that, once something is explained, like the difference between left and right, you guys don't acknowledge that left and right are different directions. That is not me taking L's. That is me getting frustrated with like the inability of some people to accept reality. You're the only person in here who thinks that he sees a person not driving at the edge. No, I'm not the only person in here that thinks that. And even if I were the only person that thinks that, it doesn't change reality. She was steering to the right and he was on the left. That is, I have no idea how anybody can look at that video. She was steering to the right. The car was going away from the agent. Yeah. And it's funny that Republicans were mad about Ashley Babbitt and not this. Ashley Babbitt was actually trying to kill the vice president. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, you're just, all right, we're going to stop just rehashing the same argument over and over again. Okay, but she did not make a mistake. That if this was a mistake, she drove past him in a congested area. There's nothing wrong with that. He was standing in the middle of the street trying to, open her car door. She didn't make a stupid mistake. She was just trying to drive away. She had done nothing at all illegal. And the street is not icy. I mean, it's like, that is quite clearly a very well-paved street. I lived in Minnesota. I know the difference between an icy street and a street that's been cleaned. That street had been cleaned. You got 10 people say one thing and you're the... Listen to what? The difference between, okay, she was steering to the right, he was to the left. Are you going to deny that, like, if 10 people all say circles or squares, I'm not going to be like, oh, maybe circles or squares. I mean, the difference between left and right is not a, it's not like you just go by whatever most people think. It's not a poll. She was steering to the right. He was standing to the left. She fired through the left side window and she was steering to the right. That's the opposite direction of where he was standing. But I'm not wrong, which is why you won't address the whole difference between right and left. You just keep saying, oh, well, we have numbers, so we're right. I've shown the video so many times. Here,
What the fuck? Dude.
All right, there she is. She's driving away. She's trying to drive away before they come up to the car.
Get the fuck
Just
out of my
trying to drive
neighborhood.
away. They're telling her to get out of the car there. He has not done anything at all illegal. She tries to drive away and they shoot her.
What the
Steering
fuck?
to the right, and he's standing on the
Dude,
left.
what the fuck?
What part of that do you not comprehend, amigo? She was steering to the right. Don't say that she couldn't. Wait, I don't even know what she was steering to the right past the car. She was not steering to the left where he was standing. She was trying to aim between the car on the right and the agent. She was told to leave. Okay, she leave before. Because there were cars driving past, dude. There were cars driving past. Do you see that? You're trying to justify the killing. Like, you're trying, like, how do you watch this and think that either the ICE agent or her were going to die at the end. And the only other outcome of this was that the ICE agent died. Because I can see another outcome where the ICE agents just let her drive away and nobody gets killed. It's not spilled milk. It's spilled blood. There's a dead woman. I don't know how many times I need to play it. It's not going to give you a different result. You have to deny reality just to... Dude, I'm talking about the difference between right and left. I'm not denying any reality. And it's not even about Trump right now. They do not understand physics. It is science. No, dude. Okay. Explain to me how she was trying to hit him when she was steering to the right when he's firing through the left side window. Explain that. He was shooting through the driver's side window while she's pulling away. How is she trying to hit him by trying to leave? Like, if you understand physics, explain to me, was she like going to transport the car sideways? Whether she should have stopped or not is irrelevant. He shouldn't have fired the gun. There was no reason for lethal force. Driving away when ICE tells you to get out of the car when you haven't committed any crimes is no use for that is not grounds for lethal force. He should not have shot her. Anything to avoid that. Ninja, do you think something is going to happen differently the 50th time I play it? If that woman was someone that you loved, you would have a different opinion. I think so. All right, so let's go through and show this is not an isolated case, because I wanted to get into this too, because I'm just gonna get rid of all the snuff films. I showed 7 different vantage points of this video, but also wanted to show this is not an isolated incident. ICE claims a lot, like ICE has a history of making false claims. These are documented cases where immigration and customs enforcement made claims that were later proven false by video, surveillance footage, or body camera evidence. 16 documented cases before today, between January and November of 2025. 11 cases where judges ruled agents were outright lying. There's also been 170 cases where U.S. citizens were detained, and Christine O.M. just lied about that under oath. And there's, I don't know what that means. Anyway, agents' narrative of events was reportedly contradicted by video and body cam footage they wore, making it difficult, if not impossible, to believe almost any evidence put forth by the federal government. So this is the incidents over time, especially in the last few months as they've been trying to gear up activity. They've 4 times falsely claimed that there was protest violence. 3 times they've falsely claimed they had justified use of force. 3 times where they've wrongly claimed somebody was attempting to flee or resist. Twice they've claimed falsely that there were assaults on agents. Twice they've claimed that falsely claimed there were armed threats. 1 time they claimed that no citizens were being arrested, and 1 time they said that they lost or destroyed evidence that they didn't lose or destroy. They just lied about it. So on January 26, 2025, after a traffic stop, ICE claimed driver swerved towards the agents. Does that sound familiar? Then they saw video evidence, no evidence of swerving, citation dismissed. So now we've got a pattern, right? In March 8th, 2025, Muhammad Khalil arrested at Columbia University. ICE claimed Khalil attempted to flee from the officers. Video evidence, surveillance footage shows Khalil complied and cooperated throughout. September 19th, 2025, at the Broadview ICE facility, flashbangs and tear gas were used. ICE claimed protesters were shooting fireworks, refusing orders, acting violently. So this one, they claim, you heard Kristi Noem claim that there was a riot happening and that this was an act of domestic terrorism, which is just a clearly outlandish lie. There was no riot going on there, and this woman was not a terrorist. Video evidence deployed weapons almost immediately and without warning while stating, bleep yeah. On September 26, 2025, Little Village Rock, the rock throwing claim, or Little Village, there was a rock throwing claim. ICE claim Border Patrol Commander Bavino testified under oath that he was hit by a rock. Video evidence, no rock hit him. Judge found him outright lying. October 3rd, 2025, Juan Munoz and Kyle Frankovich arrests. ICE claimed justified arrest of protesters in designated protest zone. Evidence, Oak Park trustee grabbed, tackled, zip-tied, held 8 hours, and released without charges. October 4th, 2025, Miramar Martinez car ramming. ICE claimed this, again, pattern. Martinez rammed her car into agents' vehicles before being shot 5 times. This isn't even the first time that they've falsely claimed that somebody was trying to kill them with their car after they shot somebody. Evidence, Martinez was the one who was rammed. All the charges were dropped. October 4th, 2025, Cole Sheridan assault charge. ICE claimed Sheridan assaulted Border Patrol agents. Video evidence, Sheridan was pushed down by agents. Charges were dropped. October 1st, 2025, Sidney Reed acquittal, DC jail. ICE claimed Reed assaulted agent made first contact. Video evidence contradicted officer's account. Jury acquitted in under 2 hours. October 31st, 2025, Broadwick Detention Center, system crash. ICE claimed 2 weeks of surveillance footage lost in system crash. This is the one where they lied about evidence missing. Timing, crash occurred exactly 1 day after facility was sued for abuse. What convenient timing, right? And then on November 20th, or November 2025, DSA Secretary Noem says no U.S. citizens have been detained. ProPublica has documented over 170 citizens who have been detained. NPR has independently verified dozens just from one single raid. So, a case of fabricated evidence, nail-studded shields. Chicago Operation Midway Blitz claimed Border Patrol again testified protesters had shields with nails in them. Reality video showed shields were merely pieces of cardboard with no nails. Fabricated evidence, armed gang members on rooftops in Little Village, Chicago, claimed gang members stationed on rooftops with guns and communications gear. Reality, no evidence showed individuals had firearms. Excessive force bicycle throwing incident. Albany Park, Chicago, claimed protester threw a bike at agents. Reality video shows agents grabbed the protester's bike and threw it to the side. False justification, tear gas without warning. Multiple Chicago locations claimed agents gave multiple warnings in considerable time before deploying their tear gas. Reality body cams recorded no audible warnings. One warning shouted seconds before deployment. Shooting incident, Miramar Martinez, we just covered this, that she was shot 5 times. They said she rammed her car And that prompted shooting. Reality investigation showed Martinez was the one who was rammed. Charges were dropped. Reverend David Black, pepperballed, claimed Commander Bavino denied seeing projectiles hit Reverend Black's head. Reality video clearly showed pepper balls hitting Black in the head. Mass detention, U.S. citizens not detained. So that one's let's see. Doxing and threat claims. Over here, widespread doxing. Claim ICE officer director said agents faced rush of doxings and threats. Reality judge found websites cited showed very few listings, which include with incidents outside Illinois. And I don't think I had just, unless it's happened in the last month, about a month ago, I went through a very thorough search, and there has not been a single assault on a single ICE agent as a result of doxing. And in fact, there has only been one person convicted of assaulting an ICE agent in all of 2025. So all of this talk about how ICE agents are under attack is just nonsense. This is all made up nonsense. My point is, going through all this is to show that ICE, especially under Trump, has a very, very documented history of lying. Bavino tackles protester. Bavino claimed protester used force against him first. Reality video showed Bavino obviously tackles protester. Judge found testimony not credible. The Sidney Ride thing at the DC jail, claim officer testified Ride assaulted agent, made first contact. Video contradicted testimony. Jury acquitted within 2 hours. Muhammad Khalil arrest. Columbia University, Trump admin claimed Khalil attempted to flee from ICE officers, and reality is he just complied. So this is the outcome from the charges. There's been 11 times the judge found the evidence wasn't credible. 3 times where the cases were dismissed. 1 time there was an acquittal. 4 times the charges were dropped, and 3 times that are still in litigation. So we have an extensive history of ICE lying. We also have video of him fleeing the scene of the accident. Kelly sent it to you. Anything cops do as bad. Anything. Nobody said anything like that, Salty. How come you can never stay with the actual arguments that people are making? Like, why do you have to, like, resort to lies? Yes, I watched her pull to the right. No, I didn't watch her pull to the left. I watched her pull to the right. She was literally pulling to the right. I don't know where. Do you know what right and left are? She was pulling away from him, dude. She absolutely was not pulling to the right, to the left. Hopefully this is a case of FAFO, and hopefully he does find out. Because she was just trying to leave the scene. That's all she was trying to do. Well, except for the woman that they killed. Yes, because you know what? That's how she pulled past the car, and then she was pulling to the right. She didn't pull to the left. I'm not going to go through all that. I'm not, like, if you're too big of a fool to understand what you saw with your own eyes, then I'm not going to argue with you about reality. Should have stopped. Why? Whether she should have stopped, like, this is all, like, Ashley Babbitt should have stopped. What did she do illegal? What law did she break? Cite for me the law she broke. Write down the law she broke. Why is ICE enforcing laws on American citizens? Why is ICE trying to detain an American citizen for trying to leave? What law gives them that right, Darren? You're saying learn the law. Teach me the law. Or Dwarven. Teach me the law. Tell me what law, by what law does ICE have the right to detain an American citizen who has not broken any laws? A vehicle can be a 2-ton weapon, but a vehicle driving away from somebody is not a 2-ton weapon. She was driving away. The agent was walking in front of arrest for what? First of all, he wasn't walking in front of the car. He was walking on the side of the car. Secondly, arrest her for what? She had not broken any laws. Thirdly, he was an ICE agent. What enforcement does he have? What law enforcement privileges does he have over an American citizen? Her car did not strike the agent. The agent walked into the car. By the direction the vehicle was going. Are you honestly saying that he could not have just like not murdered her? Like if he had not killed her, he would not be dead. She had already, by the time he fired the last bullet, she was already well clear of him. She was not trying to kill him. I am sorry that some of you people have no basis in reality and just feel like you need to keep doubling down on this fabrication that she was trying to hit him with the car. But quite clearly, no jury is going to look at that car, look at that video, and think that she was trying to kill him. I'm actually bad. Yeah, because I'm not. I'm actually bad at being delusional because I'm not delusional. I'm actually too grounded in reality to be delusional, which is why I cannot join you in your delusion. No, you mustn't. Federal law enforcement has to follow laws too. Federal law enforcement can't just go around telling people to get out of their cars. You can't just detain American citizens for no reason. She had not broken any laws. So no, you're wrong on that. You have to have probable cause. They didn't. She had not broken any laws. You can't just go around, I'm FBI, get out of your car. I didn't say one person in this room wants her to be dead. I am saying, and I'm not making any moral judgment. I'm making a logical judgment. I am making the logical conclusion that if he had not shot her, nobody would have died. Your caps lock don't change that. And I'm not denying any reality. She was not trying to kill him. You're making a moral judgment. You're making the moral judgment that she was trying to kill him by making the car magically transport sideways into him. And it's like, Ashley Babbitt could have stopped, right? You want to equate the two things. Why is it you think that Ashley Babbitt wasn't trying to threaten anybody, but this woman that was just trying to leave was? I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. She was driving to the right of the car that had been on her right, and she was driving to the left of the agent that was murdering her. Maybe she didn't believe they were capable of outright murder. Maybe she didn't think that the guy was going to pull out his gun and shoot her in the head. Maybe she wouldn't have if she knew that. That doesn't mean because she couldn't accurately predict the future that it was okay for him to murder her. What a weird argument that is. I'm glad you're not a Democrat anymore. You raise the IQ of the average IQ of Democrats when you become a Republican. Even the mayor said it was murder. Chat is being censored. Nice. I don't know what that means. I do not censor the chats. I don't read profanity on the chat because it's a monetized channel and I can't. But I do not censor the chats. Do we judge an individual's actions on the actions of another? I don't even know what that means, Dwarven. I am just saying she was not trying to kill the ICE agent. I am saying the ICE agent would not be dead if he had not killed her. Well, you were lying yesterday, so that's why I called you a liar. She didn't turn towards the officer. And what does this have to do with the crime stats from Den states? What does that have to do with anything? So okay, now let's just go through this. He is going through a different tactic, ignoring the shooting today. No, I've been talking about the shooting today. Been talking about how there shouldn't have been one. Never said all ICE is bad. I do believe that ICE, this rush to get ICE agents has created a situation where there are all kinds of armed people running around doing jobs that they are not adequately trained to do. And that this kind of thing is what happens when you give a bunch of idiots guns and tell them to go out and do jobs that they're not trained for. You can take the seal out of the gravy, but you can't take the gravy out of the seal. I am very proud of the Capitol Police, too. Also, I've asked this guy multiple times to do a Discord. I've never even seen you ask to do a Discord call in a debate. He won't, though. He just wants to keep the one-way conversation going so that he doesn't have to confront. I don't even know what all that's about, but no, I don't want to do a Discord call with you because you are not an honest person. And you say one-sided debate. I'm happy to debate somebody that is honest, but when you're sitting there telling me that she was trying to drive into him when I'm watching it on my TV right now. She is steering to the right when he is firing his gun. She is steering away from him as he is shooting her. No, that is not an opinion. I played it like 11,000 times, dude. You are a liar. Yes, you're a liar. You're a liar. You said that you're paying literally lower prices for every single thing since Trump became president. That's a lie. I don't care. There is no way that is true. You're a liar. You literally just couldn't even admit it, Lala. No, she pulled straight out to get around the car that was on her right, and then she pulled right. She was not pulling. Goodness gracious, dude. How many times do we have to see it? Okay, here's the one guy. She's backing up there. She's not turning to the left. She's backing up. He's pulling out his gun. And he is firing into... Where is he standing? Is he standing in front of the car? Where is he standing? He is pointing his gun through the left side window, right? You can't see him right here because he's behind the other agent. But at no point is she trying to hit him with the car. Look, see how the car is like moving away from him? You see that the gap is getting larger, not smaller? She is trying to move away from him. She is steering to the right. He is firing through the left. Don't sit there and act like I'm being the fool. Now see this? That's the back of the car. That's the guy that killed her. That's the guy that killed her right there. And that's the car right there. Don't tell me lies and then act like I'm being the fool. You can't admit it. She was driving away from the cop, not into the cop. He murdered her. If you can't accept reality, if you can't admit that, that's not on me, that's on you. They were stacked. I showed you. They were one behind the other. See?
Oh my fucking god!
So there's the other cop right there. Now she's pulling forward and she's steering to the right. She starts steering to the right now. He pulls out his gun right there. She is steering to the right. She's steering to the right. She's trying to get around him. He fires his gun. He is on the right, or he's on the left. The car is on the right. She's steering to the right. He fires a second time with her clearly not any danger to him. Then he fires a third time while she's driving away. Don't give me this crap, dude. If she was interfering, she wasn't interfering with anything. Nobody was being arrested. She wasn't interfering with anything at all. The car didn't strike him. He stepped into the car. Showed that from a different angle. He threw his hip into the right corner of the car. He moved towards the car that was trying to leave. There's nothing in enforcement. I don't even know what you're talking about, Salty. No, the first bullet didn't go through her windshield. They all went through the driver's side. And that doesn't matter. She was not trying to shoot him, to hit him. She was trying to get away from him. She was trying to drive away. Yeah, right. Why wasn't he treated for any injuries? It's a good point, Kitty. Why wasn't he treated for injuries? Vice President Pence. ICE agents, an ICE agent shot an American citizen today for whatever reason. I will bet you $10,000 to $1,000 that he doesn't get charged and convicted of. The Department of Justice is Trump's Department of Justice. I'm not going to take that bet. That doesn't mean he didn't kill anybody. The Department of Justice right now is not even trying to pretend to actually enforce the law. They're trying to enforce Trump's will. By the videotape. What laws did she break? She was trying to turn around. And being sideways in the road blocking traffic while she's trying to turn around is not a capital offense. Because they haven't said any laws that she broke, and there doesn't appear to be any, dude. She didn't try to refuse to run an. She didn't try to run an agent over. They tried to. When she was leaving, she hadn't tried to run an agent over yet. Even if she did try to run an agent over, when she didn't try to run an agent over, and the refusing orders. There's no legal order for her to refuse. There was no legal reason to give the order. And this is why I pointed out, like earlier, when I went through and showed that ICE has this long history of lying. Why does the MAGA cult defend murderers and pedophiles? Because otherwise they'd have to admit they're wrong. He was in front. She did hit him. No, he wasn't. And no, she didn't. Okay, let me see if I can find this one again. Just so, I don't know how many times, how many times do I have to show the same videos proving the same things? All right. This is the first angle. Okay, so let's see if I can. So this one right here is the best angle from there. See, there's the cop. I don't know if you can see. Can you guys see my cursor? There's the cop. There's the car. So even from that angle, he is on the driver's side. And then he shoots her there. The front of the car is clearly past him when he first discharges his weapon. So, no, she was not trying to hit him. She didn't hit him. You can admit you're wrong now. He wasn't in front of the SUV. He was quite clearly on the left side of the SUV. He was not standing in front of it. They said, get out of the vehicle. Yes, you can hear them. They had no legal basis to say that. She doesn't have to get out of the vehicle just because some angry ICE agents told her to. They had no legal grounds to tell her to get out of her vehicle. And if not getting out of your vehicle because ICE agents told you to is not justification for using lethal force. Did the vehicle? No, the vehicle moved away from the agent. This is more to blame on leftists. Yes, leftist rhetoric fired the gun at her. Except you're not showing me facts, and I'm showing you video and slow motion and freeze frames and actual like visual proof. And you can just, all you can do is throw around the R word. Show her blocking the agents from leaving. I think, yeah. I think the agents could have left anytime she wanted. She was illegal. She was an American citizen. Born and raised white woman, 37 years old. She No, as far as I know, no criminal history at all. If there's another angle, show it to me. I'm not, this is the best angle I've seen of that part of it. I've shown you like every angle I've come across. I'm not hiding any angles from you. That's the best one I've seen. No, I'm not bad faith. And there's an apostrophe between the U and the R. Keep playing that. No, you can see him step into the car. He steps forward and then he throws his hip into the car. Here. See, he steps forward. Right there, he's stepping forward. He's stepping into the car and she's trying to steer away from him. Then, by the time he shoots his gun the first time, she is well past him. She's past him when he fires his gun. So he knows at that time, he knows fully well that she's not going to hit him. He didn't fire his gun the first time, like while she was running over him or something. All these stress, there wasn't anything stressful going on. This was very low key. There wasn't anything going on at that time. It's not like they were doing anything antagonistic. She moved the vehicle forward, accelerating after being told to stop off your vehicle. Then it's attempted murder. No, that's not how any law is written. No, that's not attempted murder. Trying to drive away is not attempted murder. I don't know what I'm lying about. Vehicle. No. She attempted murder, whether that was her intention or not. I'm sorry, that you don't understand what attempted murder is. Attempted murder is very much about intention. Like, that's the whole attempted part. It's you tried to do it. You don't try to do something and not try to do it at the same time. Like, yes, she was not trying to attempt anything. And he would not have been dead if he had not shot her, because she was already past him when he shot his gun the first time. So it's just, again, basic physics. She did not hit him. I just showed you. He stepped into the car and threw his hip into the car. There's also witness testimony that says he leaned into the car and hit his hip from the car. I'm just gonna. I don't know where you're getting the Democrats' approval rating is 6%, but is that like 6% among people who voted for Trump? I'm just checking to see if there's something I haven't heard from. Grammar policing. Oh, grammar policing. Grammar policing, bad. Murder, good. What are you talking about? I'm talking about the murder of an American citizen. If the vehicle makes contact, it's a legal action on his part. Yeah, I think you meant to say it's a legal action. Maybe you're doing voice to speech. No, it's not. If you walk into somebody's car, they did not strike you. That's like, like if somebody, they have the scam where the guy like throws himself into a car and then pretends that he got injured. That's like saying if that happens and you really got injured, then it's the driver's fault. If you run into the car, it's not the driver's fault. Running in front of the vehicle that's moving towards the right away from the officer. Right. She's trying to steer away from him and then he runs into it. No, he hit her. And barely, by the way. Like, it wasn't even enough contact to warrant an emergent, like any medical attention. No, we didn't see that. You saw what you wanted to see. He stepped toward, I showed his leg move towards the car. She literally didn't hit him. Right. She didn't even hit him. He stepped into the car. What difference does it make? What business did ICE have being there? Like, you've got to what is this? And you wonder why we call you Nazis? People have to justify why they're at a certain place in a public street in order to not be murdered? Bro, you literally follow the playback of taking it out. By proving you wrong over and over again? She turns her wheel to the right and moved away from the officer. That's what I keep saying. Thank you, Brian. At least somebody's able to see right from left. She's literally steering away from the guy. You can, I showed the gap getting larger between the guy firing his gun and the driver's side of the car. She is clearly steering away from him. You want to see that again? Watch. No. All right, so right here, you can't see him yet. There he is, right there. And he's kind of under the front, over to the right? But now she starts steering. She's backing away still. And he's a little bit to the left into the front of the car. Now he starts pulling out his gun. Now she's pulling away and she's pulling to the right. 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 He fires the gun. And you can't really see him, but you can see right here, you can see his leg. You see this guy's leg right here. You can see his leg right there. There's a gap. She's not hitting him. Now he's all the way to the left. You see the gap there. This idiot is still hanging onto the handle. Now he's all the way to the left. You see him right there. He's firing his gun through the driver's side door. She is clearly not going to hit him at this point. He's still firing his gun at her. He fires again. Now she's in front of him. And he's turning to his left to keep firing at her. And he fires a third time right there. You can read her license plate. And he's still firing the gun. But you guys are telling me that he's firing his gun to keep from being run over? Come on. Get some reality to your lives. He literally hit her. Yeah. He literally did. When at that first part where her corner of her thing is there, you can see his leg comes out and he leans his hip into the car. And that's it. That's the only contact that was made, but it was initiated by him while she was not even really moving forward yet. He fired his gun through the driver's side window. She hit the gas with an officer at her bumper. No, it's not. That's not attempted murder. That is not attempted murder, dude. That's not. If he was in front of the car, yes, standing in front of the car. He was standing off to the left at the left. He wasn't directly in front of the car. She was told to stop and get out of the car. Again, we've been through this many, many times. There was no legal reason for them to ask her to step out of the car. And her driving away and not following an illegal order to get out of her car is not grounds for lethal force. There was no reason to kill her. I don't even know what that means. That stuff goes by really fast, so not a lot of time to analyze. Well, how do you think it felt for her? She's just trying to leave. I don't think it ever occurred to her that he was going to pull out his gun and try to shoot her. And I don't think she was ever legitimately, I mean, honestly, this is a 37-year-old woman without a crime record. And the reason I'm showing the whole thing is it shows her intent. She was trying to leave. That's all she wanted to do. And her leaving that scene is not a crime. Okay, I don't know how many times I'm tired of replaying that using a. No, it's not. Can't you guys just admit that didn't happen? All she wanted to do was leave. You can see the smoke from his gun. And no, the shots didn't go through the front windshield. Not that I've heard. I mean, I don't know if you've seen pictures of the front windshield, but she was obviously trying to leave. If she blocked the agents from leaving, that would get considered obstruction of justice and a crime. Yeah, I don't know how she's going to do that with a car. I mean, they approached the vehicle. It looks like you know, from the beginning stuff, she was like, she turned sideways and then she was like trying to turn around and go the other direction. And while that was happening, they came up to her and started telling her to get out of the car for some reason. But there were a couple of other cars that drove past and she was waiting for them to go past. Then the ICE agent came and one of them starts tugging on the door and they start saying, get out of the car. But nothing in any of that was reasons for lethal force. She literally hit, no, she didn't literally hit him. She didn't figuratively hit him either. She didn't metaphorically hit him. He stepped into the car, barely. You know, just because law enforcement gives orders, it doesn't mean you have to follow them. If law enforcement asks for your ID, you don't have to give it to them. If law enforcement tells you to get out of a car, you don't have to get out of the car. Not unless you're actually being detained for some reason, unless you've like actually committed some sort of crime or something. If you're driving and you're speeding and you get pulled over for speeding, and the cop says, "Show me your driver's license," you have to show them the driver's license. But if you're going the speed limit and obeying all the traffic laws, a cop can't just pull you over and tell you to get out of your car. She hadn't broken any laws. There wasn't even a traffic citation. No, I'm not basing. I never said anything about audio. I was making a joke about the cow mooing sound because it's the slow motion. I'm basing when the gun's fired based on when you can see the smoke come out of the gun. That dude sounds like he would be great at the Trump DOJ. They make up their own laws. They do. Just gonna. Just checking on something here. You're coping. You're the one, like you guys are the ones that are sitting there just totally in denial. In just extreme denial. Oh, he was trying. If she was trying to hit him, why wasn't he injured? Why was she steering the car in the opposite direction of where he was standing? Like, if she wanted to hit him, if she wanted to, if that was her intent, then all she had to do was steer a little bit to the left and punch the gas. And it would have been a bump, bump sound, and that would be the last thing he knew. But that's not what happened. What happened is she went to the right and she swerved to his left, and then he pulled his gun and there was a crack, crack sound, and that was the last thing she knew. He killed her. He murdered her. She did not attempt to interfere with what federal operation was she trying to interfere with? Turning her car around? No, we've been through this so many times, there's no point in going through it again. Why would he step into a car? I don't know. I'm not the idiot. Ask the idiot. But I mean, he did. It's on camera. I mean, there's actual film of him doing that. He picks up his left foot and he puts it forward into the car, and then he swings his hip into the car. Yes. Attempted murder means you tried to murder somebody. That's why it's called attempted. Murder to convict somebody of attempted murder, the prosecution must generally prove two main elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The first one is specific intent to kill. The perpetrator must have acted with deliberate, conscious intention to kill the victim. This goes beyond merely wanting to cause bodily harm. It requires a fully formed intent to take life. So yes, attempted murder has something to do with intention. It has everything to do with intention. If you are not intending to kill somebody, you cannot be convicted of attempted murder. But I suppose that's just a made-up liberal conspiracy too. No, how was she intentionally driving left by steering her steering wheel to the right? I've watched 5 different views. All of them show the exact same thing. And again, let me show this to you again, since you seem to be having trouble with the obvious.
Oh my fucking God!
Okay, let's go here. Okay, see how, so he's right there. See how the front of the car is right there? And see how he's to the left? And then he pulls out his gun. She's steering to the right. She's not steering to the left. Look, the car is going to the right. 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 There's the gun. This is what I'm saying when I say that I'm looking at where at the smoke from the gun. You see that? The smoke from the gun? Right there. And he's on the left. He's right behind this guy. He is on the left. Right? See him right there? There he is. Okay. Now he's about to fire again. There. Second shot right there. There's the third shot. I don't know what part of this you're having trouble with. I don't know how many ways I can break this down. Okay, I don't suffer fools. I understand physics. I'm just telling you what the claim will be. Yeah, and that's I mean, I know you're might not have been here when I did it, but there's I went through and showed right here. Oh, okay, I got to remove this first. I showed that, like right here. Went through and I had a dashboard that I went through where there's 16, 17 different charges where ICE has made claims that have been proven wrong in court. There's a history of this, of ICE just straight up lying in court and getting caught. I mean, I don't know if the ICE agent will be convicted of anything, because I don't think the DOJ will prosecute him for anything, because I don't think the DOJ is much for justice anymore. I do think that if she had not been killed, she would not be being charged with anything at all. I think she would join the list of people who were falsely accused of trying to assault ICE agents and having the charges either withdrawn or dismissed or thrown out of court by a judge. They're not even the first one to be accused of trying to, on false charges of trying to use their car as a weapon and then being shot. That's not even the first time this has happened. Yes, he according to the video where he steps forward and throws his hip into the car, and according to a witness testimony, yes, he hit her. He threw himself at the car. You are basing everything off a truncated. No, I'm based it on 5 different videos. And she didn't incite herself into any ICE activity. She was just trying to drive away. What ICE, where there's no ICE activity going on there. They weren't arresting somebody. They weren't trying to detain anybody. What criminals were they arresting? There weren't any. You know, Christy Noem's like, there was a riot. There was a riot. She was a domestic terrorist. I have over and over again. You're just too dumb to know when you've lost. You're the pigeon. I'm the chess master. No de-escalation. Yes, and that's the other side with all of these things. All of these times, these cops kill citizens. Same thing with George Floyd. Same thing over and over again. The only time that Republicans ever want to talk about somebody being unfairly killed, it's Ashley Babbitt. And all she was trying to do is murder the vice president. They weren't trying to arrest criminals. You then moved on to the phase where you started checking my sentences for grammar. Dude, I've checked everybody's sentences for grammar, but only when they, A, make stupid apostrophe mistakes, and B, do so while insulting my intelligence. If you're going to say you're an idiot and you can't spell you're an idiot wrong, you deserve to be mocked. Earlier, I saw the video of the driver's side of the vehicle, the officer positioned just behind the driver. It looked to me as if the officer had to get out of the way. Well, if the officer can get out of the way without shooting anybody, that's what he should do. Lethal force is not like you look for a chance to do it. It's a last option. If he could just step out of the way and not shoot anybody, that's the course of action he should take. She attempted to not listen to an ICE agent. So what? That's not grounds for lethal force. She initially turned left. No, she was moving backwards so that she could turn around. She wasn't trying to block 2 ICE vehicles. She was trying to turn around. I'm not going to come on your little Discord channel and step into a bunch of... Anyway. Window is open. She heard the order. So she didn't drive into an officer. She didn't drive into an officer. She tried to drive away. We've been through that enough times. And not listening to an order is not grounds for lethal force. This almost looks like proof that several ICE agents are IDF officers. I don't want to get into that. Is this? Hey, Skippy. I prepared your Pratt Robertson dashboard, but if it's okay with you, I'll present it tomorrow, just in light of today's incidents. But it was an interesting. It was an interesting rollback into time. I'll just say this much on it for right now is I think people should be like more familiar with him. There wouldn't be a Donald Trump without a Pat Robertson. Do you agree with that? Terror ice, rape ice, rose ice, coward ice. Sally supported by profile-loving traitors. You know, it's always like I know one thing I think is kind of funny is it's like the Democrats start popping on the feed about the time working hours end. Yes, he hit her. No, I'm not kidding. And I've actually shown it like 3 times now where you can watch him step into the vehicle. And there's also video eyewitness testimony that says that. Okay. Thank you for your great analysis and presentation, Mr. Pun. ICE thugs are out of control. Hey, by the way, if you haven't already hit subscribe, don't forget to hit subscribe. Blocking the road isn't a murderable offense, right? And see, this is if they had let her drive away, nobody would be giving a fornication about this right now. Nobody would care. You wouldn't care. I wouldn't care. She had a spouse, maybe kids. Yeah, I've been wondering about that. Like, what was her family situation? Did she have kids? Did she have a husband? Did she have a brother or sisters? Did she have parents that are still? I'm 37. Probably. Heck, I'm old enough to be your mom. I don't know where anybody said anything about letting millions across the border illegally. Like, it's always, Republicans are losing the argument when they have to use straw men. Terror ICE are not masters. Okay. I'm just going to start skipping over the arguments that we've already had like 11 times. She might have been a doctor or teacher. Yeah, all I've seen is she is a U.S. citizen. And she's 37 years old. Maybe she saved lives for a living. Yeah. Maybe she was a surgeon that could have worked on an ICE agent sometime. Arrested for what? Get away from what? And why is that something for lethal force? It's like, it's funny because, people keep bringing in Ashley Babbitt. What did she do that was worse than what Ashley Babbitt did? What about the time before the clip? Well, what have you heard something? I mean, that's one clip. There's been several clips, and there is a clip where she's kind of pulls in and she's like backs up, and then she's like waiting for a couple of cars to pass by, and then it looks like she's just trying to turn around. Okay, I don't know what video do you know what video do you know that shows something else? Let me go back to I'll show you the longest one I can find. I think, was it this one? Is that it?
Get the fuck
So there she is. She's like sitting there and she's waiting for these cars to pass. This car stops. There's another car behind that. Then the ICE agents get out of that car and they. So then she tries pulling away, and that's when she gets shot.
What the fuck?
I don't know what it is that you think
Dude, what the
is happening that, you know. I don't know what I'm trying to hide here. Like, I'm showing every single video that I've seen. ICE is raping people. I think that happened in the first term too. Well, what law? What law did she break? Multiple times. And which of those laws requires lethal force? Like, you can't just go killing anybody just because they commit some misdemeanor. Like, you can only use lethal force if they are a threat to yourself or to somebody else. And she was not a threat. We've been through the whole thing enough times to prove unequivocally that she was not trying to kill that officer. Now, fake ICE are human trafficking people. Somebody does not like ICE. I can tell that, right? Right now, you guys are filled with bloodlust and cheering over someone who is someone's child, mother, friend, this person like you or me. Right? And it's like, what did she do? She had compassion. At worst, she was trying to, prevent undocumented workers from being arrested. When, you can have your objections to that, but she had moral reasons. Like, in her mind, they were moral reasons for doing that. They were not a capital offense. Like, she's dead. It's like, I never justified Charlie Kirk's death. I don't think it was right for anybody to kill him. I disagreed with him, but I don't think that anybody deserves to die because I disagreed with him. But this woman deserves to die merely for being a person that you don't agree with. You need to drum up these made up things about how she was trying to kill. She wasn't trying to kill an ICE agent. That's obvious watching the video. And it's obvious because of what she did do, and it's obvious because of what she didn't do. If she had steered the car towards the ICE agent and punched the gas, then I would say she was trying to kill the ICE agent. But that is clearly not what she did. Yeah, right. I get so tired of the open border myth. As though, like, there was literally nothing there. Okay, I'm looking at the car right now. I'm trying to look at the windshield. It does not look like the windshield is shot out at all. It doesn't look like there's any glass inside the car. And it doesn't have a good look at it, but I don't see anything on the windshield broken. So the idea that she was shot through the windshield, I don't see any evidence of that, but they didn't have a good shot of that specific angle. We are not sick. We are sick and tired of leftist active Democrats. Okay, but we're not breaking laws all over the country every day. Why aren't you sick of the Republican administration, the Trump administration breaking laws every day? I'm sick of that. Yeah, did she deserve to die? There was never an open border, and there wasn't. I don't literally see the first shot go through the windshield. I don't see that at all. And I was just looking, there was a on MS Now, they were showing a picture of the car, the most close-up angle I've seen, and they were showing inside the car, and I didn't see any broken glass. Now they're driving it away. I don't know what you must obey lawful. This isn't the military conversation here, and not obeying even a lawful order from a cop is not grounds for lethal force. Like, you can get charged for resisting arrest, but you can't be murdered. Okay, then arrest her for that. Don't murder her. Okay, but saying that what law did she break before they told her to get out of the car? Like, saying get out of the car and then saying she didn't get out of the car is breaking law. Telling her to get out of the car is not a lawful order unless she broke the law. You can't arrest somebody and then when they resist arrest for like not being like, how do I explain this in MAGA terms? I don't know if you can make it simple enough. If the cop wants to arrest you when you haven't committed a crime, you can't then charge the person for resisting arrest because the arrest itself wasn't valid. Okay, there's a better video. All right. Hang on a second. I'm going to just rewind this a second. There's a better video on MS Now. Okay, he's walking and he's grabbing it. Ah, come on. I hate this. I don't know if anybody's got Apple TV, but the remote sucks. Okay. There's just, I do not see, I'm sorry. I know that you guys like really insist on it, but no, I do not see what you see. I don't see how anybody can see that. Whether that's obstruction or not, like it's not, she wasn't, if you're trying to say that her car, she drove to the left to block two ICE agent cars, that is moot because that is not grounds for lethal force. The ones that got out of the car, they like parked their car and they came over and they tried to pull her out and they told her to get out. Then if you're trying to say that they were detaining her because trying to arrest her because she was blocking ICE agents, that's moot because that's not grounds for lethal force. If you're fine with this murder, you are lost. USA, grow some balls and fight back against the injustice. America, you are lost. Evil wins. She was murdered by terror ICE. Right-wing MAGA traitors to America. He wasn't injured because he wanted to prevent it from happening. No, he wasn't injured because she wasn't trying to make it happen. Yes, my bias is reality. He murdered her. I just yelling about open borders. What border? Canada? What a weird thing to say. Oh, now it's Tampon Tim. We gotta get a Tampon Tim reference in here. I've showed you every bit of footage I have several times. Because they're too dumb, Ninja. I mean, I addressed you. You just keep saying the same thing over and over and over again. There's only like so many times I want to address the same comment. She's in a car that's yeah, we've been over this. Yes. Yes, I expect them to like not shoot people. um no. An agent can't just shoot people because you're trying to leave. Like, this is not the way the law works. The way the law works is that lethal force can only be applied if your life is in danger or if somebody else's life is in danger. You can't kill somebody for trying to leave the scene. I actually showed the part where she paused.
Fuck!
Is this what you're talking about right here? Huh? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, I can't really see her head and what she's looking for. I mean, but that's the part where she's like standing there. The cops, the ICE agents come up, they get out of their car and they walk over there. Is that what you're talking about? I mean, that is not grounds to murder anybody. And she wasn't, a threat. There's no reason for lethal force there. Yeah, so now you're just everybody that disagrees with you needs to be shot and killed because you're not a fascist. You talking about MAGA? She would have multiple charges. What? What charges? There is not a charge she would have been facing with. She was detained, dummy. They told her to get out. They had no legal basis to do that. She was there for like 3 seconds. Why is that relevant? 148 were injured. One lost an eye. One actually died and came back to life. If they stop you in your hometown at every corner, you're going to get frustrated because they had no reason for being in the middle of the road. It's an intersection, not a border check. Even if he gets cleared, he will never be allowed to hold a weapon again in the line of duty. They'll make him a desk jockey. And we don't know how long this guy has been an ICE agent. I think he probably was one of these, gravy seals that was just recruited and paid $50,000 and then, like took an online course on how to be an ICE agent. And then he ran the obstacle course that Superman did. And that's it. They rubber stamped him an ICE agent. And then they shipped him off and gave him a gun. And he's too big of an idiot to even understand what that means. What's up, my fellow? Hey, Rainbow. How you doing today? Rainbow Kitty. It's funny. I got starting to get regulars here from both sides. I got like Rainbow and I got Brett and I got the other kitty. And I've got Ninja's been here a few times. Ninja doesn't like me. Baha, you think the Democrats are the hardworking? I think that there are Democrats that work hard, and I think there are Republicans who work hard. I don't think that either party has a monopoly on work. I think they're, like you've got 80 million of both, right? Like roughly. If you just want to round off, the election wasn't like a blowout or something. It was fairly close. So, and then you got your independent. I don't think this idea that one side is working and the other side isn't. I do notice that the people that are always talking about how get a job and get a job and get a job are the people that are on here the earliest. That's all I'm noticing. The people that, tend to show up on this stream, the liberals show up later in the day. That's all I'm saying. These people have selective vision and need to be narrated what they see, like when they watch the Dukes of Hazzards and need the plot explained every time. Have you ever thought, like, that movie, that TV show did not age well, but I was a huge Starsky and Hutch fan. Or I'm a huge Dukes of Hazzard fan. I didn't understand General Lee then. She didn't attack ICE. He's got a point. I just got home. Yeah, I've just noticed that. Yeah. From the moment I signed on, the MAGAs were here. Kitty actually had to pop out to do some work. She didn't drive her car into a cop. We've been through that enough times. There is your problem. You watch clips. Trump supporters watch the full. I've watched the full story. The problem is you don't see what you see. You guys still think that January 6th was a peaceful protest because the cops let somebody in. You take these random moments like halfway through it and you act like that's the totality of it. You're the one cherry picking here. I showed her drive past the cop and be driving away, and you're the ones acting like she was trying to like run him over. I'm going to have to see more contacts before I make an opinion. Well, this is the most complete video I can find. There might be another one. Let's play it one more time. So
Get the fuck out of our neighborhood.
What the fuck?
I don't know
Dude,
what part.
what the?
I don't know what part I'm supposed to, like be showing that I'm not showing, but that's the fullest thing I can get. More likely arguing with the college kids still on break. I don't know if they're smart enough to get into college. How you maggot? Yeah, don't call them maggots, please. I don't like that word. I don't. I'm sorry. I know you're like on my side, but I don't like dehumanizing language either way. Vehicle becomes a deadly weapon when it is aimed at somebody. Yes, it's not a weapon when it's not aimed at somebody, and we have quite clearly established through multiple viewings of the video that she was not aiming it at him. She would have been steering the steering wheel in the other direction if she were aiming it at him. Eluding if you want to say that she was committing a felony for eluding, fine. I don't think that holds up in court. I don't think she gets convicted of it. But it's still, that's not a justification for lethal force. ICE is notorious for being unnecessarily harsh and violent, so when you see armed people coming at you, the vast majority of people will try to get away or retaliate. And as I've shown again, I had a dashboard I went through. ICE has not just been notorious for being unnecessarily harsh and violent. They've also been repeatedly scolded by courts for being liars. They've had 17 cases where they were where they lost because of just brazen lies. She was an American citizen. Did the Venezuelan oil tanker near Greenland drop their flag and raise the Russian flag? There was I don't know about anything near Greenland, but there was one that it was started off unflagged, and they painted on a Russian flag halfway through it. Then we started aboard it anyway. Russia, the last I heard, Russia had some kind of military ships coming to defend it. I don't think that was anywhere near Greenland though. There was another ship that they were gonna confiscate that was, I don't know what kind of flag that had or if it had one. The law on that is a stateless flag any ship can board, or any flagless boat is stateless, and any stateless boat can be boarded by any nation. The one that had the Russian flag painted on it, it started off stateless, and so there's some legal question as to whether you can just paint a flag on halfway through the trip and not be stateless anymore. The general conception, the general agreement from lawyers is that it's still stateless. Like it doesn't put you under Russia's protection to paint your flag on halfway through. So there's nothing illegal about that. I don't know if it's wise, but it's as far as I know, there's nothing illegal about that one. A vehicle is a weapon. A vehicle is not always a weapon. A vehicle is almost never a weapon. She was not using the vehicle as a weapon. But it wasn't. She was steering away from the officer. And in that one, I am 100%, and there is no way that any jury is ever going to would have ever convicted her of that. But she wasn't. She was driving away from the ICE agent. When Ninja goes support. Oh, so somebody's mad. He's mad at Ninja for not liking Trump. A vehicle, yeah, we've been through this enough times. Said from. No, that's not what matters. The law for lethal force is that any reasonable person would believe it. And most reasonable people aren't believing that somebody driving a car away from you is trying to hit you with it. I am not aware of her being a criminal. I don't know. But there wasn't. There was no DUI involved. There wasn't any kind of assault or attempted assault. ICE is murdering and plundering all they want. They're an uncontrolled private army. Get them out of there. She's mental. People should stop with the empathy guilt trips while liberal women have been wrong for the last 50 years. Still a virgin, Echo? You side cheered. We got some catching up to do. Your side cheered. I don't know. Winch side cheered what? She died because no, she did not. We've been through that. Charlie Kirk died for nothing. He was a nameless nobody, and by trying to remember him, you spit in his face. He was for all public executions and felt we should glorify the victims. We shouldn't glorify the victims. He also said that it would be an honor if he died for gun rights or something like that. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I'm going to need to see another angle, perhaps from the front, before I make an opinion. Do you have a front angle? I do, and thank you for the $5. This is the best one I have from the. Wait, where'd it go? Let me make sure I'm getting the right one. It's not a great. It looks like it's completely. Let me. It's kind of hard to see, but see, there's that gray car or the one car that she was kind of parked behind, and you can kind of see her out here. And this is where, see, there's the cop. You can kind of see him over here, and this is where he steps towards her. Then she's driving past him, and there's nothing after that. There's no other ICE agents or anything. So when she clears past him, like, it's clear she was just trying to drive away. Maybe some computer genius will be able to put all the things together and give us a complete picture. Like with AI or something. I haven't seen that one. Another dim always talking. American Russian ambassador, no. Oh, she was trying to get away from people with weapons aimed at her. Anybody would try to get out of the situation. Where lethal weapons are pointed at you. And it's not like ICE doesn't have a record of detaining American citizens for like 30 or 60 days. ICE is not exactly like brimming with integrity. I specifically said, no, she didn't deserve to die. The only reason I'm arguing this is because you're not presenting the facts from. No, I am. I'm presenting them from a completely fair standpoint. My standpoint, to be clear, my standpoint is that she just wanted to leave. That whatever pretext they wanted to detain her on does not constitute lethal force. I don't think she was trying to kill the ICE agent. I don't think she was trying to run into him. I don't think she was a domestic terrorist, as Christine O.M. says. I don't think that there was a riot going on, as Christine O.M. says. I don't think any of that stuff is true. I think that she was trying to leave, and an ICE agent, who I believe was probably not trained for this sort of thing, not adequately trained, shot. Maybe in some ways he thought he was, gonna get run over, but as I don't know how, while she's like driving past him. Like, you can see other video where, like, maybe the first shot, if you want to say the first shot, and if he stopped after that, but the second and the third shots where he's firing through the side and even from behind, he is clearly at that point not trying to defend his own life or anybody else's, because there's nobody else in front of the car. I think that he killed her unnecessarily. I don't think that right now, if he had not pulled his trigger, nobody is talking about this in any way, shape, or form. We're not talking about a dead ICE agent instead of a dead woman right now. That's what I think. I think he did not have adequate training to deal with the situation he was put in. Maybe I should say manslaughter and not murder. Leftists are, liberals are not doing that. There is a difference. I don't know what the difference is between a leftist and a liberal and a rhino and a Trump supporter and a MAGA and a America First. It's like we've got all these different labels and all comes down to whether you voted for Trump or not. Get the Alzheimer's Cheeto daddy out of office. What laws is Trump breaking again? Well, I could actually do an entire show on that. Most recently, he illegally invaded another country. She literally did steer the... No, she literally didn't, though. She didn't steer the car towards the ICE agent. She steered the car away from the ICE agent. I've showed you several times that the gap between the ICE agent and the car was growing. How is that growing if she is steering the car towards the ICE agent? You can talk about, like, I think you're trying to say that before that she was steering to the left, but she wasn't steering towards the ICE agent. Then she was steering away from the car on the right so that she could get around the car on the right. And then she turned right, and then she was moving around the car on the right. She was just trying to navigate between the ICE agent and the car the whole time. She was never trying to hit the ICE agent. What do you think of the White House government releasing the... I haven't heard about that unless you're talking about like the interview with Jack Smith last week. I don't know what, like, whatever the... Are you talking about the updating the White House website with the just preposterous propaganda? Yeah, I don't think about that. Show what on Stream Ninja? I won't show what? I don't even know what I'm not supposed to show. Like, I have shown every single video I have like 5 times. I'm not saying I have every single video. I'm saying if there is a video I have not shown, it's because I do not have it. It's not that I won't show it. It's that I don't know what to show. Well, human trafficking, murder, war crimes, hiding evidence. Just some of the crimes Trump committed. Nobody ran over a cop. It goes up and down. If you want to know, there have been, I'll just tell you in a second, just on the YouTube, how many total views have I gotten on this? We're up to about 1,700 on the YouTube one, and then there's some other, about 300 on Twitter, and then there's a handful on Facebook and Instagram too. So I'm not trying to pretend I'm like premier streamer either. It's not like I've got the most professional studio set up either. One of the big problems I've noticed is quite often the police themselves don't know the proper law. Please know and exercise your rights. Yes, and that's like that, and then what Brett, they ain't cops. Nobody knows what they were before they applied on the commercial between the videos on Tubi. And that's what I'm saying is, like, I think that the problem, like a big part of the problem here is we have ICE agents out there doing jobs that they are not adequately trained to do. And when you have law enforcement out there and you're giving them guns and you're telling them to do jobs that they're not adequately trained to do, you're going to end up in situations like this, where people that shouldn't have died end up dying. There was no situation where that ICE agent ends up dying, as far as I'm concerned. If we're talking about ants, they're just bugs. They're little angry, racist, white, middle-aged white dudes with guns. What left-wingers are trying to say the officer on the side of the vehicle fired the shots. Yes, because he literally did. All right, let's. This is the guy that was trying to open the door as she's moving. This is the guy that's on the left side of the car. That's the gun in his hand that he's firing. Is he on the side of the car? Is he firing a gun? What is the confusion? Except that ICE isn't actually doing what Americans voted for. I don't recall any campaign commercials where they, ran on ICE agents shooting American citizens. Like, that's not what America voted for. That's certainly not what anybody ran on. I don't see any campaign commercials. Vote for us and we'll shoot Americans. I'm pretty sure it was like the campaign's promises I remember are just about how they were going to get rid of the worst immigrants, the criminals and the bad ones and the rapists and the murderers and the asylums. Because I think Donald Trump thinks that asylum seekers are people who escape from asylums. So there's a car all through the... Okay. So if there's one through the front window, then there's one through the front window. Is it on the right side? Like where is the enter? He certainly was not run over, right? Like there's no tire tracks on the officer or anything. I mean, he wasn't run over. And there's clear evidence, there's clear footage of him shooting through the passenger or through the driver's side window also. So why is this second shot? Why did he need to fire that one? Do you have an answer for that? If you want to say the first one, I might give you like a pass on that. Why the second one? Why the third one? Why did he have to fire again and again? I don't think he was going to be hit if he didn't fire the first one because he wasn't hit. Not enough to where he even fell down. You're very good at that. I have no problem with the concept of white ISIS doing. My problem is the actual way they're going about it, illegally. Can't wait to see. What about his criminal record? What about Trump's criminal record, for that matter? Donald Trump has been convicted of 34 felonies, but you don't care about that. She was a middle-aged woman. She was 37. Why didn't they just call ahead to the next street to have her blocked off? It didn't have to be like this. That's what I'm saying. Like there are ways to handle people evading arrest that don't involve like killing them. And so that's why I say it's a training issue. He should have known how to handle that situation, including, yes, just stepping out of the way of the car. Like even if you want, like people are like, well, he had to dodge, but that proves that dodging prevented any injury. Lethal force is only if it's going only when it's necessary, and it's only necessary if you're saving somebody else from being killed. No, you don't. You can't really see him being hit in the pelvis. You see him throwing his hip into the car, and he's not injured. He pulled his firearm out as she was driving away and started shooting her. We've been through this again. Just one more time. Right there. As she's driving away. Okay, he's kind of over here. You can kind of see him barely. Now he's over to the right front of the car. She's still backing up. Now she starts moving forward. That's when he starts pulling his gun out. Steering to the right. She's steering away from him right here. You can see his gun hand right here. Steering to the right. See how she's steering to the right? The car is going to the right. Trying to get around him. All right. She's the nose of the car. He's kind of like at the corner of the nose of the car. And now he's all the way to the left. And like right as he fired, like you can see the gun smoke, right there. But he's right here as that happens. He is not going to get hit by that car. All right, so there now it's clearly going this way. There's considerable distance between him. This idiot still hasn't let go of the door handle, right? But right there you can see he is way over to the left of the car. There is zero possibility he was ever going to get run over. That's not what she was trying to do. She was just trying to drive away. They didn't need to be in the middle of the road in the first place. It's not a border check. It looks like what happened is she had like pulled over, and some people are saying she was blocking the road from the ICE agents, which I don't see how that is because another car had just driven past. But so they were trying to tell her to get out of the car, and then that's when she tried to drive away. And they were, according to the magas here, they were trying to tell her to get out of the car to arrest her for trying to obstruct their arresting other people, which there were no other people there to arrest. Like it doesn't look like there was any other kind of operation going on. She didn't try to run over a cop officer. Like, that's the thing. She really didn't try to run over the officer. She would have been steering the car in the opposite direction if she had been trying to run over the officer. No, because I just only have so much time and energy, Ninja. And just somebody that is just so willfully ignores everything I say and just keeps doubling down on the same things that I've already refuted. There's just no point in that conversation. It's like my life, my time, my energy all have value, and you're just not worth it. There are more than 30,000 laws on the books in the United States. You could be violating one at any time without knowing. Do not talk to the police. They are not your friends. Yet we all love to think that the 2020 election was tampered with. Bragging about bullying people is a weird flex. Am I bullying? Are you talking to me? I hope I'm not bullying anybody. I'm not trying to bully anybody. Okay. All right, here, let me so here we got one, there's Rainbow, there's Skippy, there's Ninja, there's Echo, there's David. Now there's this Dirty Money, there's Brett. So there's more than 5 people in here. And they're leaving a lot of comments. How many comments have I gotten, dude? Doesn't tell me. Okay, just according to my thing here, I'm up to about 1,798. Well, here's engagement. Concurrent views, the highest I've gotten, and this one is about 30. It doesn't tell me how many comments. I've gotten a lot of comments. I know that. Anyway, I mean, it's when you're on the live feed, people like scroll up and down. Like right now, it says 0, so I don't know if you're still here or not. So what was she trying to do? She was trying to leave. What officer did she have square in her sights? Because there wasn't anybody else between her and eternity. That the one that she clipped or that stepped into the car, depending on whether or not you believe that she made his legs step into her, but he was the last one. What? That's not what I said. What? I don't know what. Nobody tried to run over anybody. Disobeying cops is not grounds for lethal force. What? I'm not twisting any facts. Love it when people bring up January 6th, then they don't know Trump tried to have the National Guard. Donald Trump did not try to have the National Guard present. In fact, the actual reality is that Donald Trump tried to prevent the National Guard from being present. The National Guard was not present because Donald Trump did not want the National Guard there. They finally got the National Guard there by going around Donald Trump. Mike Pence was involved and some other people were involved, and they finally got the National Guard there. Donald Trump never ordered the National Guard. He lied about that and tried to blame it on Nancy Pelosi, who has absolutely no say in the National Guard at all. And that's, according to the Constitution, Donald Trump is in charge of the National Guard. If Donald Trump wanted the National Guard there, the National Guard would have been there. There's like, you know this for a fact because when he wanted the National Guard there, the National Guard was actually there, even though when it wasn't legal for them to be there. Like, how can he be telling the National Guard to go to DC in 2025, but he couldn't do it in 2021? Have you thought through that one? Whether they can legally, you can't. Lethal force, like evading arrest, is not grounds for lethal force. How do you know that? Know what? I'm sorry. It's trying to keep up with 11 different conversations at once. Don't, like, it's helpful if you guys don't use like prepositions or whatnot, because like that is, I have no idea what that was. There's like too much stuff going on. Yet Trump, the Republican president, loves to call everything bad about him a hoax. You wasn't there. Well, you weren't there either. But you're ready to be okay with this woman's death. Since you a beta cut. Yeah, that's not a necessary comment, dude. Like, leave my wife out of this. My wife is as sweet and pure a person as you will ever. Well, you won't know her, but she's just. Please don't insult my wife. Like, I don't see why that becomes like. Why is that necessary? Well, this has nothing to do. Nobody. She was an American citizen, and not like like an anchor baby American citizen. She's apparently like just as American as you are. So we're like a white person, if that makes you feel better. They literally have ICE application QR codes between movies on Tubi, the free video app, and they get like a $50,000 signing bonus. And it's like I always say, you can take the gravy out of the seal, or you can take the seal out of the gravy, but you can't take the gravy out of the seal. They don't become any less, like gravified just because they're in ice now. They still got the same gravy in them. You can look up whether I'm just telling you, buddy. I'm assuming that you meant Trump instead of Truny. I don't know what Truny is. Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief of the United States military. Donald Trump has absolute authority over the National Guard. Nobody can tell Donald Trump that he can't order the National Guard to respond to a national emergency. Like that's just a weird thing. His whole argument, and it's like he says he requested 10,000 National Guard from the DC National Guard, and then Nancy Pelosi stopped him. Nancy Pelosi has absolutely zero authority over the National Guard, and neither does anybody in the House or anybody in the Senate. Like they have zero ability to handle anything with the National Guard at all. And number two, the DC National Guard only has like 2,000 members. So you can't try to call up 10,000 members of the DC National Guard when there is only 2,000 members of the DC National Guard. So that like the thing, and then Donald Trump himself is the commander-in-chief. Constitutionally, he has authority over the National Guard. So that's three different ways that whole argument is just not just debunked, impossible. I'm only here for a little bit longer. Thank you for being here at all. I appreciate you, Wood. Brett. I don't know if you follow me on Twitter or anything or on Blue Sky, but I'm Machine Pun Kelly. If you want to send me a DM, I'd like to follow you back and get to know you a little better. Yeah, ICE, just FAN. Yeah, well, whatever. It's still $50,000. I mean, it's still an incentive to join, right? 4 weeks. Wow. That's almost like a whole month. It is a whole month if it's February. This is like for standard police operations, it's 6 months. For the FBI, it's 18 to 20 weeks at basic field training course. You usually have to have a degree in some kind of law enforcement. It's like you need. It's a lot more than 4 weeks. That's like people go to chef school longer than that. 4 weeks is what I mean when I say they don't receive nearly enough training. 4 weeks is laughably little training. Almost every single time people trying to make sense, and then they call the person a name at the end of whatever they're saying. How about you get someone to listen? Yeah, I don't know. Every once in a while, like I've been able to have conversations, even people that like don't agree with me all the time, like Skippy, I've been able to talk to reasonably about some things. The demonic guy, Lord Demonic or whatever, he seems pretty decent. And he's right. He actually was right about something that I was wrong about too. Hey guys, what's going on here? A bunch of Trumpers crashing out that Trump won't let them hit. Bunch of Trumpers celebrating that ICE murdered a woman, blaming it on her. Plenty of legal people of all political standings also don't seem to care about the laws. Yes, including Pam Bondi. Like Pam Bondi, if you think about it, there was a law passed by Congress. One of the, like, only one person in the entire House or Senate voted against it. Donald Trump signed it. Literally the only person in the world who could obey this law was Pam Bondi. Like only one person in the entire world. She had a law, the closest thing we've had to a unanimous law, like I can't remember how long. And she broke it. And she's the one in charge of enforcing it. Like the only one that can enforce her breaking the law that was passed just for her is her. How's that for irony? I have to appreciate the irony there. Okay. Patsy's back. All right, I'm going to skip to the bottom. It's the same amount of training as an employee at a convenience store. Yeah, it's like people spend that much time just learning their job at McDonald's. She'll go free. Who will go? Pam Bondi? Yeah. I was thinking if I were, like if I were running for president or whoever runs for president, I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but I can almost guarantee you if a Democrat were to run on prosecuting all the crimes of the current Trump administration, they would win. I don't know if MAGAs are going to like this or not, but the number one thing I hear about complaints from people on the left is that Merrick Garland did not hold Trump's feet to the fire, that there wasn't enough accountability from his crimes in his first administration, that he waited too long, and that allowed Trump to kick the can down the road far enough to this. Like all those files, all those charges should have been filed like by the end of February, if not by the end of March. Like it should not have taken that long. It shouldn't have taken 2 years or 3 years to prosecute him for January 6th. That was an obvious crime to anybody that's not just immersed in MAGA doctrine. Like, he tried to overthrow the country. There's no question about it. So anyway, I know a lot of people that are really frustrated that didn't happen. And I think if they heard a Democrat actually talking about holding the Republicans accountable for the illegal things that they're doing right now, I think that you'd get a huge amount of support for that. I'm a communist who supports narco terrorists and everything. It's not worth arguing. Okay. I don't know none of that is true, but you got to say what you got to say when you're proven wrong over and over again. You're bloviating, buddy. Stop running your mouth without thinking about things. Okay. Another innocent life lost. Condolences to our family and friends. It's to me, and Kitty was bringing this up earlier. This is, like we lose fact. This is a real person. That apparently she had a husband. I don't know if she had any kids or not. But like people lost somebody they loved. And all she did was, try to drive away. Why don't you have your God, Biden, auto pen a new law for you? Because that's not how anything works. Waco is justified. Also, Kelly, this is in Waco. They issued a warrant. I don't see how this equates to Waco. I mean, in Waco, they were like literally breaking the law, had all these illegal guns there. I think there was some pretty valid charges about pedophilia and stuff going on the compound too. And they were serving a search warrant to search for the illegal guns that were then used to shoot the people that were trying to serve the search warrant. So to me, that kind of vindicates the search warrant as being valid. And just trying to, like, they were trying to serve a search warrant. They weren't trying to drive away in a car. Just to be clear, to the lady should not have been fired on, and I hate the government no matter who runs it. Yeah, you do seem to be just pretty I don't know if anarchist is the right word. Are you a libertarian? Like a true libertarian, like a Rand Paul libertarian? Not Rand Paul. Is Ron Paul. Are you a Ron Paul libertarian? Merrick Garland was the idiot who tried to put the housewives in jail because they... No, that's not what happened at all. He was not trying to put housewives in jail because they protested at meetings regarding school books. That's not remotely what happened. What if it's what you're referring to, I think there was a terrorist investigation into a school board because somebody made terrorist threats, and then the right-wing media manipulated it into that. But I can look into that and answer more completely. This is my memory, when it was never a thing I really dove down that hole, but I'll look into it and see if I can find out more. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't recall him trying to put housewives in jails because they protested at meetings. I just do not think that happened. The U.S. has released a beast. They have just... I don't know what you're talking about there. If you work a blue-collar job, this guy belittles you. How did I belittle anybody working a blue-collar job and being a McDonald's or being a cook? It is honest work. Never said it wasn't. I'm just saying, teaching somebody how to run I worked at McDonald's, by the way. I flipped burgers 48 on the turn, man. I knew what I was doing. I was good at it. And I worked hard. It's actually, I say that the McDonald's job just physically was the hardest job I've ever had. I worked my butt off. I was in the military, and I worked harder when I was working McDonald's. I'm not belittling the work. I'm just saying, doesn't require the same kind of training as should be going into training a law enforcement officer when you're putting a gun on their hip that they can use to shoot people. Yeah, Skippy had asked me to do a dashboard on Waco before. So we've talked about Waco before. And I hope you were here for that, Skippy. I think you were. Oh my God, can people not realize who cares if it's a MAGA or liberal thing? It's all the same crap. They hate us, man. Well, and I've been talking about this quite a bit on this show, that I feel like exactly like you do. I feel like too much of our problem is Democrat or Republican, Trump or not Trump, Hillary or not Hillary, Biden or not Biden. It's always like one or the other, one or two. And as a result, we never talk about things in a broader conversation, like issues, like actual issues, and trying to find ways that are reasonable. How do we address things like immigration, and how do we address the national debt, and how do we address healthcare, and how do we address LGBTQ rights, and how do we address systemic racism? Not in ways where it's like labeling and left and right stuff, but identify what the actual problems are and then figure out collectively how to solve that problem. Like, we don't do that because everything becomes woke or not woke or whatever. So I agree with you on that. And this is another theme on the show, and I've talked about this. You'd probably like this book if you haven't read it. It's called White Trash. You can get it on Amazon, and it's basically a book about how American history is basically a history of rich white people telling poor white people that people of color are gonna be moved past them over the ladder if they don't keep pushing them down. Our country has a history of middle class and poor white people pushing down people of color out of fear, because the rich white people keep trying to get us to fight against each other, and then that way nobody ever recognizes that the real problem is the rich white people. I am actually not a communist. I've never advocated for the state to take over control of the means of production or distribution. I am not a communist. I don't even know where I fit on the spectrum of left versus right, but you have to understand that not being a Trump supporter does not make somebody a communist. The political spectrum is not Trump and communists. Like, there's not just two opposites there. You can't feel bad for a woman. Like, what? You know nothing about her. Did I miss a your? Was that the you're a communist? Did somebody say? Yeah, you're a commie, mister. Thank you for catching that, Mr. Brett. Why do people act like they care to push politics? I don't know. I think that, politics is something we have to discuss. That's a good idea. PD pundits follow the shiny bouncy ball narrative here. I don't know what narrative I'm pushing. I don't know what is stage scripted. I think I'd be more coherent if this were scripted. Cannot even believe you could support the government. Have you not noticed? Everything's more expensive, but we're not getting paid more. Our roads are bleep. Y'all are crazy. A car is considered a deadly weapon to those that are ignorant. I'm against the government. I picked up on that. What is tactical mayo, by the way? Do you put people through hell, man? Hellman. Little pun for the pun show there. Silly WWE scripted, Jerry Springer staged. I vote. See, there you go. I could see that. I don't like Ron Paul. I disagree with Ron Paul a lot, but I will say one thing about Ron Paul and his son to a large degree. They are consistent in their convictions. Like, they disagree. I disagree with what they say on many different grounds, but I respect their consistency. They have a moral framework, and they adhere to that moral framework even when it's goes against the party. So like Rand Paul being against like he was against the bombings when Obama did it, and he's against the bombings when Trump does it. Like he thinks we need to stay out of everything. He was against the Venezuela invasion. Like, so Rand Paul is he's logically consistent. Like, I think I disagree with his framework, but I respect that he is honest to his own framework. Unlike some people who like just seem to have no moral compass at all, like JD Vance, who just will go whichever way the wind blows. Yeah, there's no evidence she was trying to hit an ICE agent with her car. And I've actually shown the video several times. I don't know what information you have that I don't have. If you have a video clip I don't have, please let me know where it is. I will be happy to show it. I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm not trying to. If you have information I don't have, I will show that information. Is this channel pro ICE? No. I believe I used to live in Minnesota, and they have this stuff called de-icer, and I'm all for it. It's like kind of like rock salt. You put it on your sidewalk and it melts the ice. No, those people were not intentionally burned alive. I don't agree with that. And I think the fire came from inside the compound. But all of the violence didn't have to happen if they had just allowed the agents to serve lawfully issued like the warrants were legally obtained. And apparently they were legitimately obtained because they were firing on the weapon. They were using the weapons to fire on the agents that were like, they were looking for the guns that were firing at them. Yeah, the Uvalde one. Yeah, that's not too far from where I am. I mean, I'm in Texas. Have you traveled outside the country? I'm positive you would change your mind. I wish I wish more Americans would travel outside the country. I'm an American. I'm not a tanky. Don't tell me nothing at all about that and got me struggling paycheck to paycheck while the rich have it all. Like that. Anyone still supporting this administration is beyond help. What's happening right now is not normal. It's starting to fray. I think each thing is starting to fray away a little bit. I think the Afghanistan thing has got some people upset. Not because of, like, some people, it's not so much they're upset about the illegal actions in Afghanistan, but, you know, like Donald Trump now says he's going to be running Afghanistan, and people that voted for him because of prices are like, why don't you try running America for a while? Like, Donald Trump is also trying to, with his peace plan, he ends up running Gaza. He wants to run Gaza. He wants to run Afghanistan. He wants to run Greenland. And he's too busy worrying about, you know, all these other things to actually worry about America. And so, like, the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world, and then the whole Epstein thing, I think that's starting to fray away. I think there's people that are upset about the healthcare premiums going up. There's going to be rural hospitals shutting down because the Medicaid cuts. There's beef farmers, surprisingly, even beef farmers that were like big time, not only Trump supporters, but Trump donors, that are really upset with his use, the way he's doing the tariffs. Because what he's doing with that is like it's kind of a double whammy. Is the tariffs make it more expensive to produce beef, which is why the price of beef is going up, and then he like gives Argentina like all this money to lower the beef prices, so it costs the Texas farmers all of this money to raise their beef, and then when it comes time to sell it, they have to lower their prices and sell it at a loss because he's lowering the tariffs down for the selling of it. So it's like a double whammy on the beef. So the Texas farmers are really mad at him about that. At least a lot of the beef farmers are. So anyway, I think, and it's not like I said, it's not like he had a huge majority voting for him. He won in a plurality, which for the MAGAs, a plurality means you win the popular vote. I'm not saying he didn't win the popular vote. He had the most popular votes, but it's when you have the most popular votes, but you don't have a majority, which is over half. So he won the plurality of the vote. He won the popular vote, but he won it with less than 50%. Are you a professor? No, I am not. My brother is. My brother is an economics professor. They literally, but of course, my brother is smarter than me. They literally stole the president of Venezuela. That is some crazy stuff. Yes. And I mean, we stole the president of Venezuela. We bombed their capital city. We took out their oil, or took out their electricity. We stole the president of Venezuela and his wife and took him back here for trial, which even if he's not the president is illegal to like just go and capture a citizen of another country and then deport them for trial. And then we say we're running the country now. We've made Marco Rubio viceroy, whatever that means. And now on top of all of that, we're saying that we're going to be running the country and keeping the oil. So all of that is not an invasion, but you know, Juanita and her son coming over here to request asylum, that's an invasion. Hopefully the ICE agent is held accountable for their actions. I hope so too. At least I hope he gets fired. Most of America belittles fast food worker. Not Donald Trump. Donald Trump loves fast food workers. They're the ones that cook most of his food. I want to know why the bleep politicians are speaking for us Americans. When the bleep is this become an authoritarian country that our world is not higher than those politicians? Tactical Mayo is mad, and I don't blame you, Mayo. Can I ask you how old you are? I'm just kind of wondering. Are you like sort of, I guess around 30, 35? Old enough to be frustrated, but not old enough to be tired of being frustrated? Absolutely. Everywhere I go, people are talking about how bleep things are, and everybody's so hateful of all of a sudden since this guy got in. Some people even like this guy and say it. And some people not just like this guy and say it, they hate anybody that doesn't like him. Like they talk about TDS and stuff, and just, if you're not a Trump supporter, then you're a terrible person. The training doesn't matter when working at a metro and you haven't even finished high school or gotten a GED, and the person next to you has a bachelor's degree and you're both making $13 an hour. Yes, very much. And especially if you got a bachelor's degree and you have massive student loans that you have to pay back, and all your entry-level jobs are being taken away because AI is taking all the entry-level jobs now. And so you know, like you can't get a college job even though you went to college and still have to pay for the college you went to. Donald Trump broke the law 34 times and you voted for him. How do we address the Libyans? Karens. I don't understand. ICE is murdering people. Ah, I forgot that's the show. Is ICE murdering people in Minneapolis? Thank you. That I should have just done that. I should have just come on and said thanks for joining. Yes, we're headed towards a Fallout 4 cross Cyberpunk 2077. Or I've never actually played the game Fallout. I've been really enjoying the TV show is just awesome. What's his name? The one dude. What's his name? Walton Goggins. Man, that dude can act. I will just say that much. Don't want to go on it. I have never seen him. There are some actors that just whatever role they're in, you just have to appreciate the job they do, even if it's like a terrible show or a terrible movie. Another one is Slow Horses guy, the Gary Oldman. So like they're not always like the biggest star in the movie or TV show or whatever, but whether they're a supporting actor, the main character, whatever, they're always so good. They're so good. But Walton Goggins is definitely one of them. I don't know if you've ever watched Justified. He is so good in that show. Abolish ICE. How do we address the libtard Karens? I don't know. I don't know what a libtard Karen is. It's funny, like like the whole like TDS started as something that Trump supporters had, and then they've now, like Karens, when it started, Karens were people that were like call the cops on black people for barbecuing at the park, or go into department stores and not wear their masks and insist to see the manager because they didn't want to wear masks and stuff. Like now they just like they try to make it out like Karens are the liberals and stuff. It's like they're just the MAGA creativity is just their best comeback is I know you are, but what am I? What about the cop that shot Ashley? You mean Ashley Babbitt? Bird being cut. I don't know what bird. People that break the law should go to jail for the healthcare fraud. Would be interesting to know your feelings on like Senator Scott and why he's not in jail for fraud. If you're talking about Ashley Babbitt, that's not how you spell it, but she was trying to kill the vice president of the United States at the time. So yes, have no issues with her being killed. We, the people, need dialogue amongst each other, not this liberal, Democrat, Republican, conservative nonsense that these elites are using while they eat. And yes. And boom, I love that comment. I love that comment, Mayo. They know each other. You think Bill Gates and Elon Musk are like rivals of some sort? You think they sit there and they talk about Democrats versus Republicans? White people aren't the only rich people, bro. LMAO. I'm not sure where anybody said they were. But, because rich white people? Yeah. Most like, if you want to be real, wealth distribution among white people versus black people is very, very different in this country. Most rich people are white. Not all of them, and sure, you've got, LeBron James is rich, Michael Jordan is rich, Kevin Hart is rich. You definitely have some rich black people. And there's some rich, entrepreneurs and stuff. But let's not, like, here, let me see something here. Just so I can know. I'm just going to, what percentage of American billionaires are black? Black billionaires make up a very small percentage of American billionaires, typically around 1% or less. So, in spite of being 13 to 14% of the population. You are is your. Did you hear my song yesterday, Brett? I wrote a song about the war on apostrophes. It's $20 million from McDonald's. $20. Oh, 20 mother fornicating dollars for a McDonald's meal now. 10 years ago, it was 5. 10 years ago, before that, you had 5-cent hamburgers on Wednesdays. Fornicate you, elitists. And I'm typing this phone. I'm typoing this phone. It's trash. I'm done for the day. Peace out, Brett. Thank you. I'll talk to you later. Because Kibbity Toilets left episode was 80. I don't know what that is. How about you both you liberal and conservatives, get out of the way of us actual Americans? Mayo is mad. Baha. What the hell? Am I falling behind again? I am way behind. I'm like 20 minutes behind. Everyone has the same rights. Get up in the morning, go to school or work, have a family, go to church, and don't be a liberal. We also have the right to be a liberal. We also have the right to go to a mosque or a synagogue. We have the right to choose not to be a family. We have a right to go to different schools, have different jobs. Nobody's trying to take away your right to do what you want. But I don't know if everybody has the same rights. I think that's a bit of a reach. I don't know what Planned Parenthood is. Why? That's because they're bored and waiting for mommy to bring them Pop-Tarts. I don't know what that means. By the way, yeah. Now look up what percentage of white people are billionaires. Well, no, it's not what percentage. I wasn't looking up what percentage of black people are billionaires. I was looking up what percentage of billionaires are black. There's a difference. Obviously, 1% of black people aren't billionaires, but 1% of billionaires aren't black. Or 1%. Only 1% of billionaires are black. Do you understand the difference? It's like you can say 40% of basketball players are guards. That doesn't mean 40% of people are guards. My cat loves to snore. Mine does too. I love my cat. He's a good kitty. You have the right. I do have the right to be a libtard. Whatever that is. I just found out she hit the officer with her car. He didn't even hit the ground. My wife woke me up at 1 a.m. snoring. We aren't all equal. And I'm not bitching about anything. I didn't bring up anything about that. Somebody else did. But no, everybody does not have the same rights in this country. Right now, if you're a white person, you don't have to worry about ICE coming and asking you for your for your papers. But if you're a Hispanic person, you do. Don't act like there's no racial disparity in this country. You're like 50% of people arrested are black. 50% of arrests are black. 43% of exonerations are black. So you're more likely to be arrested, and you're more likely to be wrongly arrested if you're black. Blacks make up 13% of the country, but you're 4 times as likely to be arrested and then exonerated for a crime if you're black, because that's where all the law enforcement goes. Don't act like there's no racial discrimination in our society. You have the right to, and you have the right to move to a fascist country if you don't like this one, except that we're the most fascist country there is. Maybe Russia has us beat. Now we're just getting on to COVID boosters from somewhere for some reason. I went to the couch because she was sleeping so good. I didn't want to wake her up. I hope she's not on this stream and whatnot, because you're probably going to be in trouble if she hears this. You talk and can't remember what you're talking about. I can talk and remember what I'm talking about, but when you're trying to have 57 concurrent conversations at the same time, it's easy to lose track of them. It's the same premise. I don't know what the same premise is. Same twin, except, yes. The difference is black mofos refuse to plan and save. No, that's actually not the difference. Difference is inherited wealth. And that has a lot to do with a whole bunch of things. I'm gonna do a show. Maybe I'll do one tomorrow. I've been meaning to do one on like DEI and systemic racism, and the critical race theory and being woke and all of that stuff. I love y'all. Well, I hope your wife still loves you. And once she finds out you're telling everybody that she snores so loud you had to kick yourself to the couch, you might be in trouble. %98 are black. What do you mean 98? 98% of what are black? Yes, they do. Your YOU_RE, lying to yourself. We are legal. I don't know what we are legal means. This man is a cuck who loves to. Why would you say that? Why do you have to insult my wife? Like, what? I mean, like, why? Are you that small of a person? No more Jeets, no more Somalis, no. What is a Jeet? Is that like a racist slur? Who's illegal? Whites are discriminated against. No, they're not. Are you ashamed of? No, I'm not. Boy, man. My goodness. Boy, the Nazi flags are flying right now. Get out of that chair. Okay. A liar. I respect that you stand for what you believe, even though I disagree. That's the difference between me and you. I wouldn't wish you dead. On the contrary, I want you to prosper. Me, I don't wish anyone dead. I don't know where. Are you talking to me? I've actually been saying the opposite. Like I don't like that Charlie Kirk is dead. I don't celebrate Charlie Kirk being dead. I disagree with virtually every word that man ever said, but I don't want him dead. And I respect Rand Paul, like I was saying. I respect Rand Paul, even though I disagree with everything he says, almost everything he says. Every once in a while, I accidentally agree with something he says, and it makes me question my own moral values. No, I'm just kidding. Like, I agree with him sometimes. Like, when it comes to, like, strikes on foreign countries. I respect about Rand Paul is that he's against strikes on foreign countries, both when it's Obama and when it's Donald Trump. He is logically consistent within his own framework. Like, he believes the thing and he is consistent with that, as opposed to somebody like J.D. Vance, who will just, if the wind changes direction, so will J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance can't even keep the same name for more than a couple of years. All words are made up words. Like, there's no like other source of words other than made up. And yes, Hispanic refers to so there's Latin America, because there's Latin languages, which is Portuguese and Spanish. Hispanic does not refer to, like, Brazilians are not considered Hispanic people. Hispanic is people of Spanish descent. Name one place that gets better the less white it becomes. America. Especially if it becomes less like you. You're giving... So you're giving moron. I just want you to appreciate this sentence for what it isn't, which is cogent in any way, shape, or form, while insulting my intelligence. No, 13% of the population does not commit 66% of the crime. 13% of the population gets arrested for 50% of the crime and gets exonerated 43% of the time. So black people are wrongly arrested more often than white people. Don't confuse arrests with actually committing the crime. Like, black people get arrested for crimes and not convicted. And most of those crimes, by the way, are things like drug possession, because they get frisked more often than white people. I don't think you have no concept what a fascist is. I'm no more a fascist than I am a communist. Okay, Darren, I just named one idiot. Giving moron. Okay. You can have Darren. He's an idiot. I don't know if that qualifies him as a moron. The stats no, they don't disagree with me. And using systemic racism to, like, actually advocate for racism is sort of cyclical. Who commits? Well, Donald Trump. No, you voted for one. You literally voted for a criminal. You voted for a convicted felon. You voted for a guy that has been convicted of fraud, apart from the felonies. You voted for a fraudster. PC bleeping moron. So there's just now it's like we go through these waves, and it's like sometimes it's just a bunch of people just repeating the same insults over and over again. Like, everyone's equal in the United States of America. Well, if it were that way, then we wouldn't have inequality on the level that we do. Remove catheter before sucking. No, she didn't. We've already been through that. I'm a male Karen. Whoa, you got me there. A male Karen. Whoa, that was such a creative insult. Boy, I bet you Like, feel good about yourself that 50% of the time you get Wordle right. Yeah, what percent of the population do you think is billionaires there, buddy? Inherited. And no, I don't even know where you get that made up number. That seems made up to me. What do you and what does effects mean? This just seems like a made up thing. You think only 1% of the entire US population inherits anything from their parents? What does ours mean? And now it's the Northern Hemisphere. What is the Northern Hemisphere? So, like, Germany belongs to you, France belongs to you, China belongs to you. What is the Northern Hemisphere? This is, I think, the second time where I've heard it's like, so we own the Western Hemisphere and the Northern Hemisphere. So we own the entire world except for Australia and Africa. Right? And why is it, and then what is ours? What does it mean it belongs to us? And what does commies have to do with all of that? Why is it that you guys have to be so weird in your arguments? Like, can anybody else that's like, you know, like illuminate light switches there that this is a dumb argument? Anybody? I don't think anybody is against that. I don't think anybody's against working hard and paying your bills. I know some of the hardest, somebody else brought up McDonald's and chefs. Two of the hardest working people there are. But some of those people, as hard as they work, can't pay their bills because they aren't paid enough. So why aren't we looking at why those people aren't paid for the work they do? Like, if we want people to work for a living, they should be able to make a living off of their work. I don't understand why that would be a controversy. I don't even know what a boom protest is. So much less I've never attended one. Yes, and you're not racist. Why do you have to yuck someone else's yum? Clearly your kink is the cuck thing. Oh, talking about the insult to my wife. My wife is just an extremely lovely person. I do not deserve her. She is, like, I'll tell you about my wife. This is how pure she is. She had half a beer one time, and she had like a shot of liqueur another time. That's the extent of how much alcohol she's had in her life. She's had half a glass of root beer, and that's all the soda she's had in the 25 plus years we've been married. She'll say things like gosh darn and then apologize for using bad language. She's like she's the purest person alive. So, like, when you attack her fidelity, I just don't understand that. Like, and I just like, she's a better person than me. Don't judge my wife by me. Every time. You're a moron. The war on apostrophes. Nazi trolls will sniff you out. They do. They come over here. You are a male Karen douche. I'm a male Karen douche. Elon Musk is my favorite African American. Yeah, I see what you did there. The only Nazis are Democrats fact? No, it's actually not a fact. DEI is discrimination? No, it's not. I'm done. So what if I did? Should I do DEI tomorrow? DEI, racial disparity, all that kind of stuff. Maybe I'll do one on that. I've been wanting to do one. Oh, Indians. Because they're like, why do people have to do stuff like that? I mean, all I think of, like, whenever it comes to these things, like, just think about where we would be without that food. Indian food, Indian food is some good stuff. Like butter chicken. What is that bread? What is that called? Naan, that's it. Man. Naan, it's so simple, but so delicious. There's so many places. Like, just think, all our food, we would be such a boring country without immigration. Haha, you act like you are not part of human history. You think we have the internet now. So you're moral, so moral in your messaging. I don't know what any of that is supposed to mean. I'm sorry. You said you disagree with Charlie Kirk and all he ever did was share this. I disagreed with Charlie Kirk on, I think he was a racist. I think he said a lot of untrue thing about LGBTQ people. I think that he misrepresented communism. I think that his debates were fake. I don't think he really ever, like, his whole reasoning for everything was he would make an outlandish statement and say, prove me wrong, as though somehow that is how to have an argument. He would argue with freshman college kids and, like, sit there in his throne and just talk over them, and he would lead the conversation by asking loaded questions and stuff. He was a terrible debater. I didn't like him. I think he was a white supremacist. I think he pushed stuff like replacement theory. I think he was a jerk, but I don't think he deserved to die. I don't think he ever shared responsibility or moral duty. I think he was a condescending, pontificating, narcissistic, white supremacist jerk, but he didn't deserve to die. Yes, I know Brazilians speak Portuguese. My dad lives there. I used to live there. I lived there for like 6 months in Brasilia. Aren't people like Vance allowed to reevaluate their positions and change them? Yes. But, I mean, seems like awfully convenient. It's hard to know, like Barack Obama changed his mind on gay marriage over time. I don't have an issue with that. I think that if we live and grow, but it seems like J.D. Vance's changing of his mind always happens to coincide with how much money he's getting. The guy from the same peninsula, Spanish and Portuguese, my guy. Yeah, I know. I'm of Mexican descent. My last name is Portuguese, though. Explain my G. I don't know what your G means. Get exonerated to commit angrier crime shortly after LMAO. I don't know who got exonerated. I know Trump never got exonerated for any crimes. You're really defending someone trying to run over law? No, I'm saying nobody tried to run over law enforcement with a car. It's not about what color an area is. Depends on education and financial situation. Well, I don't know what you mean by it's not about what color an area is, but education and financial situation also correspond with race. Like, this is why it's called systemic racism. Is the whole system is kind of interwoven together. So it's like you have people in poverty that don't go to school because they can't afford school, And so then they live, their kids end up in the same situation. It's systemic racism because it's a system. It's not necessarily like Jim Crow or something where it's a legislated system, but the actual system becomes a self-feeding system. Don't confuse acquittal with innocence. Correct. I think most people would agree O.J. Simpson did it, but he was acquitted. Biden was stop and frisk in the 90s, by the way. And then, yes, and I disagreed with them. But you know what? They learned. But once it started coming out that was rated, that those things were implemented along racial lines, they changed their mind. That's one of those learning and growing things I'm talking about. And I don't base what I believe based on Biden or Clinton. I like it when people are like, oh, well, what about this? It's like, I don't base what I believe based on Obama or Biden or Clinton or anybody. I do not make another human being my moral compass. Like some Trump supporters, last week they were like, no new wars. And now this week they're like, yeah, we invaded Venezuela and let's go get Greenland next. Because Trump is their moral person. An immoral person is their moral compass. What happens when an activist judge just drops the charges? It's not a conviction, so your stats would show up. I don't know what an activist judge is, other than just a thing that Donald Trump made up. MAGAs are the worst of the worst in this country. I blame McConnell and Garland for not holding Trump accountable. That's what I was talking about earlier. I think if I was saying earlier, I think if a Democrat were to campaign on holding this current administration accountable for all the corruption and crimes, they would win in a landslide. I think there are enough people angry enough about not just what this administration is doing, but this administration ever having the opportunity to do what it's doing, because the last administration did not do enough to prosecute Donald Trump after January 6th. I think that if somebody were to say on day one, I'm going to appoint a special counsel to look into all the stuff that is done by this administration, or maybe even more, I'm going to have a whole team of special counsels. It's all they're okay. Just there is systemic racism, and it's, for goodness sakes, dude, that's like the third time. It's YOU''RE. If you're going to call me a moron, at least spell like you're not one. It's all they've got, Kelly. See, you can tell this guy's a liberal because he uses apostrophes. Trump is a felon. Yes, he is. Yeah, I voted for Walz. Walz is very good. Walz is not a felon. You're too deep in your hate for anything that has to do with Trump. Well, hey, congratulations on the apostrophe. I'll give you points for that. To have a reasonable opinions, it blinds you to all reason. Except, no, I mean, I am not deep in hate for anything that has to do with Trump to have reasonable opinions. I hate Trump because I have reasonable opinions. My reasonable opinions tell me Trump is a terrible, terrible, terrible person. He tried to take over the United States of America. He literally attempted a coup. If any Democrat had done what Donald Trump did, you would hate him. It's your devotion, your worship of Donald Trump that prevents you from being able to see clearly and reasonably who Donald Trump really is. You wouldn't survive long amongst the blacks. You would get robbed all the time because they can't respect a man with no backbone. I don't know what that means. I have been around black people a lot. You're not going to wind up, you're going to wind up found dead, asshole. Oh, well, that's a lovely comment. Was that a death threat? Like, imagine voting for Walt's Kamala. I did. I don't have to imagine. I'm very, very proud of my vote for Kamala and Walz. I think that they would have been much better than this current fiasco. Who accused him of fraud? It was the bank he was accused of defrauding. Well, not just him. There's also charities he's defrauded. His entire company was convicted of fraud. His CEO went to prison for fraud. Like, I wish you guys could watch news that, like, I know you think that all the news that isn't Fox News or Newsmax or whatever it is fake, but I wish you could, like, expose yourself. Get behind your bubble. I appreciate you coming on here because at least you're exposing yourself to something that you may not hear on Newsmax or America First News or whatever the hip thing is that you kids do now. But yeah, Donald Trump's, like, Trump organization, like, had fraud convictions. The convicted felon line straight from CNN, just like calling your fellow Americans Nazis, like an absolute. Except he is a convicted felon. I mean, he actually is a convicted felon, and it's not straight from CNN. It's like actually straight from the court. And I mean, just like nodding that, like, but I will say you have a very cute family, an adorable little girl. You're a moron. Thank you. And you're stupid as hell on top of it. Thank you. Double apostrophe. We're getting there. I am so happy. I'm proud of you guys. That's like 3 apostrophes in a row from MAGAs. When the war starts, and it will be soon, you better have eyes in the back of your head. Oh, and that, like, dude, that is a 3. You got 3 because you didn't put 1 in your head. So there's a lot of people ready. And you're a total 4 for 4. 4 for 4. I am so proud of you, Patrick. This is like comment of the day right here. You get an A+ in apostrophe use. But in terms of death threats, I think you maybe, like, actually you want to kill me. And not only that, you want to shoot me in the back of the head because you're a coward. You don't even have the courage to face me when you murder me because I disagree with you. Those fraud charges are going away. They are falling under the weight of their own. I don't even know what that means. The fraud charges aren't going away. They're not even. His CEO already spent his time in prison. There's different fraud charges. So are you saying fraud is only an issue if you believe it's Donald Trump doing it? Is that your logic here? No, my logic is everybody that commits fraud should go to prison for fraud. I've never defended anybody's fraud. Tim Walz did not commit fraud. Tim Walz prosecuted people that committed fraud. As did, well, I mean, the state of Minnesota did while he was governor. As did the Department of Justice that Joe Biden, when Joe Biden was president. Nobody's excusing any fraud, but it's interesting how the ones that cherry pick when fraud is bad are the ones that voted for Trump. I'm not saying it's only an issue if I believe it's Donald Trump. You're saying it's only an issue if it's not Donald Trump. Do you think Donald Trump should be allowed to commit fraud? Yes or no? We don't believe it. We don't believe he's a criminal, but he is. According to our entire jurisprudence, our entire judicial system, he is. And you're like ready to, like, after he's been convicted of 34 felonies, you're like saying he wasn't one, but you're ready to say this other woman should be, like, deserve to die based on a statement from Kristi Noem. Pardon, January 6th updates. Jane Woods, 17 years prison. Lethal DUI. Andrew Johnson, charged with sexual abuse of an 11-year-old. John Buentes, kidnapped, sexual assault. Andrew Tate, guilty. Soliciting a 15-year-old. Andrew Tate. Oh, he's like 200. Oh, am I falling behind again? Sorry. It's like I just click through them like one at a time. Watch what they do to walls. What walls, like, I keep hearing people like talk about walls, but none of them, nobody's like taught what crime did Walls commit? This guy is a little, please don't use that word. Democrats used lawfare to smear law. It's LAWFARE. And we didn't use lawfare to smear Trump. He broke the law. He got convicted of it. Trump did not destroy the Democratic Party. It's like, why does everything have to be like, you guys are so hyperbolic. Lies are already spreading about the woman murdered in Minneapolis today. I'm not surprised. It's a shame that you refuse to see right in front of your face. You choose to ignore the fraud that these Democrats, because it's not happening right in front of my face. What's happening right in front of my face is that Donald Trump has made $11 billion off of his first term as president. Well, the proof, there was proof enough presented to the jurors that said he was guilty. He was indicted the same way anybody else has ever been indicted. But in all 4 trials, all his trials, he was actually indicted the same way anybody else gets indicted. In the one trial where he actually went through the trial, he had the same right to a defense attorney that anybody else would. He had the same right to a jury that anybody else has. This jury found him guilty the same way as anybody else that's ever been convicted. If anything, he's had more leniency than any defendant in history. The 12 people that found him guilty, found he was guilty. I am going to use the screenshots to teach about group delusional next order next time I teach a DSM class. Trump pardoned a lot of people who beat cops. There were over 140 cops injured on January 6th. One of them lost an eye. One of them died and came back to life. Like literally died, was literally clinically dead for like 2 minutes. And then they kept beating him until he came back to life. Perry Carvillo will give you a hand relief for 3 SAG vouchers. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Womp, play stupid games. Oh, we're back to that. You know, why is it that, it's not play stupid games, win stupid prizes when Trump gets convicted of crimes? But when a woman gets shot and killed, it's funny. Think you can make up anything we knows already? Knows already? What is knows already? Are you trying to say think you can make up anything? Is that supposed to be 2 words? Make up? Wear makeup? Or it's hard to figure out what you guys are saying sometimes. What was he convicted of and why isn't he in jail? Well, he was convicted of trying to cover up a felony through accounting means, which is, a felony. Convicted of 34 counts of that, and he's not in jail because the judge stayed his sentence until after he's done with his term as president, because you can't have a president in jail. You ungrateful Americans need to be more grateful to Israel. Without Israel, America falls. We are the... Okay. When magtards finally start waking up. Yeah, I don't like dehumanizing words. And I don't like using suffixes of slurs, of disabilities as a slur. So I don't like it. I don't like libtards. I don't like magtards. I don't like anything called tards. Trump pardoned a bunch of people, including a few thousand black folks that were in jail for maximum sentences for nonviolent crimes. That's just a not real and completely made up thing. Once again, since you are slow, the New York cases, yes, it being under appeal does not mean he wasn't convicted. There are all kinds of people in prison right now whose cases are under appeal. There's no legal grounds for the cases that are under appeal. There's no reason to believe those appeals are going to win any more than all the, virtually everybody in prison has appealed their conviction. Having a conviction appealed does not mean it's not a conviction. Matthew 24:6-8. We have receipts on Epstein Wacky. Oh, that's the person. I was like, man, Kitty's quoting Bible verses. You are ungrateful, American. Oh, so we're just back to this. And he always cringes over grammar and bleep, even though most of us are using voice to text. I don't know what people are using. I'm just saying, the only time I point out to grammar, I'll point out to grammar if it's like you're an idiot, and it's YOU. And you get the you're wrong, or you're a moron, or whatever, because I feel like if you're going to insult somebody's intelligence, at least don't be an idiot in insulting somebody's intelligence. Like if you say you're a commie, I'm not going to call you out on that. But if you say you're an idiot, I'm going to call you out on that. The other thing is when your text is so... when the sentence is just so jumbled and insane, I literally cannot figure out what you're trying to say. And then it's not really insulting it. It's just telling you, I'm trying to understand this comment, but I can't understand it. Number 3, I've used voice to text. And usually, voice to text gets you're an idiot right. Because it's going to know the difference between an apostrophe and not an apostrophe. Trump pardoned J.O. Hernandez, convicted cocaine trafficker. One of the 5 biggest drug convictions in American history. The guy was investigated for 10 years. His own brother testified against him at the trial. They had ledgers. They had physical evidence against him. They had FBI agents that were undercover, or DEA agents that were undercover. For years, they went after him. And I think just looking this up, trying to make sure. One of the Emil Bove was the lead investigator. You know who that is? You know who Emil Bove is? He was a guy that was just got named to be a judge by Donald Trump. The lead investigator is a Trump supporter. And not just a Trump supporter, a guy who Trump supports. But somehow, to Donald Trump, the guy Hernandez was treated very unfairly by the guy that Donald Trump then made a federal judge. It's not a way to discredit him. He was convicted of 34 felonies because he committed the crimes. It's not like some way to get him. The other crimes were far more serious and had just as much weight. They just had to suspend the prosecutions until after his presidency. Like you guys act like the only thing we got on him was, 34 felonies. And it's like Joe Biden paid his son's truck payment 3 times. And so it's like Biden crime family. You still don't know what crime it was. Yes, I do. You don't know. There's definitely something to that. I mean, the Supreme Court did a lot to enable Trump, including the whole, well, you're not above the law unless you're Donald Trump. No, we absolutely know what the crime was. I just get tired of explaining it over and over again. The crime was that he slept with Stormy Daniels. And then after he slept with Stormy Daniels, he paid her off to stay silent. And then she was not going to stay silent. And so then he wanted to pay her off some more. So then when he paid her off, he couldn't have it on the books why he was paying her off. So he hid those payments. And Mark Cohen, was that his name? Anyway, his fixer paid it off. And then they made a deal that when he paid her off, that Donald Trump was going to pay him back, and then it was going to disguise it as something other than what it was. It was going to be like disguised as pay. And so then they added in like since it was going to be pay now, then that meant that Cohen was going to have to pay taxes on it. Cohen went and he literally transferred the money to Stormy Daniels, took out a second mortgage on his house, I think. And he came back, and then they had the receipt, like the actual physical receipt that he transferred the money on. And then it was he and Trump and the guy, Trump's CEO, Weissman or whatever his name is. And the three of them sat down and they worked out the plan together that Trump owed him some other money too. And so he would pay this money back in these 34 installments. And the actual underlying crime, there were 3 different underlying crimes, including, campaign fraud and stuff like that. But when you use this when you use these, when you deliberately use the accounting stuff, lie about your accounting stuff to cover up a crime, then that's a felony in New York. And there was some bunch of stuff about whether or not this really should be a felony, and like, well, Trump wasn't convicted of all these other crimes, but all of that is nonsense. They prosecute like 1,000 of these a year, and all of that, everybody that's in the legal system in New York knows this, and they tried to make it seem like this was some sort of novelty thing on Fox News, but the Trump's defense attorney tried to bring this up in trial, and the judge just said, that's not how it works. And then Trump's defense attorney even said in court, yeah, I know, and dropped it. Like, that's how well he knew it. That's how true that is. Okay. So then each of those 34 counts, each of those 34 payments was a disguised payment, was a felony. And he made all 34 of those felonies. And on the back of this receipt that Mike Cohen's, his little receipt for the Stormy Daniels transfer, they wrote it out, the plan on the back of that receipt. Sorry, eyes starting to burn. So they wrote out the plan on the back of that receipt, and then each of them signed it. And both Cohen and Weissman testified to this in court, and they had the actual receipt. I mean, like, talk about showing the receipts. They literally showed the physical receipt that had the plan for the whole crime. And each of those 34 checks was an independent felony. That's what the crime was. That you don't know what the crime was does not mean I don't know what the crime was. I don't know why my eyes started getting bad. You seem like a nice person. She had a husband. I hope you say that to her husband. It's the Democrats' fault she died. Why did y'all not say anything about Obama? What on earth does Obama have to do with this? You think that the whole world is just either Democrat or like either Trump or not Trump, and TDS or not? Like, no. Beyond a reasonable doubt means beyond a reasonable doubt. It has nothing to do. They had the receipt. They literally had physical evidence that Donald Trump signed the plan to commit this crime, and then he signed each of the checks. And what about Georgia? The grand jury there, every single person indicted him. What about Florida? Every single person on that grand jury indicted him. Are Florida and Georgia blue states? Are they all Democrats? Man, sorry, I get these allergies and my eyes get all dry, and then all of a sudden they just start flaring up. My mother was a lifelong Democrat, and she voted for Trump because she says, I don't care about your mom, dude. I mean, I'm not saying I don't care about your mom, but I don't care about who your mom voted for. I wish I had my Visine. Sorry, guys. I have no idea what all that means. This is what, like, this is the comment. I can't remember who is saying about insulting your grammar or whatever. This is just Lefty himself will tell you he is a POS. Lefty says you have to want, think, and feel like a psychotic adjacent lefty, or you're a fascist. Lefty is a piece of bleep. Like, what cogent thought lies behind all that jibber jabber? So, all right, you say you're calling me on my. So if I show you that there were over 140 cops injured on January 6th, you say you called me on it. Does that mean that you're going to pay up if I prove it? Or are you just going to pretend you never said that? Because the number of injured police officers vary significantly by year and event. For example, over 140 officers were injured during January 6th Capitol riot. Okay. So you called me on it. I showed you my cards. Now are you gonna push in the pot? Are you gonna pay up? Are you gonna admit that I was right? Or are you just gonna pretend that never happened? That's an I'm not sure what that comparison means. Biden commuted the sentence of Shailin Jin that had thousands of. I don't know what that means. I don't understand like why people do things like, well, Joe Biden, did this, as though what does that have to do with anything? I don't sit there and pretend that Joe Biden was perfect. That doesn't mean that it justifies everything Donald Trump does. Why does Joe Biden pardoning Jin guy? Does that mean that Donald Trump never did anything wrong? It is interesting that they, when the Democrats had just the had a slim majority. Sorry, I thought I had some Visine here. I do. Let me get this. Let me take care of this. This will hopefully help. This is such a weird thing to do on a live stream. And of course it's empty. Oh well. This is not cool. Anyway. Yeah, and the Democrats had a slim majority of both houses and the presidency, and they had one of the most productive terms in 50 years. All the Republicans managed to do is smash through tax cuts for billionaires and, Medicaid cuts and cutting everybody's ACA benefits. What ties did Trump had with Jeffrey Epstein and I don't know anything about the guy that brought Jeffrey Epstein's property. No, they were both in, like, according to both of them, they were good friends for like 15 years. Am I falling way behind again? 410, or say, wait, 522. I hope I'm like 20 minutes behind. Sorry, skipping ahead. I mean, I appreciate you guys have a lot of comments, but I admit I'm not very good about keeping up with them. It's not about Republicans, this or that. It's about stop that betraying piece of. I don't know what I'm betraying. You can't crust. I don't know what that means. I don't know what crust means. I make a great pizza crust. I didn't say 6 cops died that day. I said 140 were injured. 140 were injured. Why did the January 6th committees need a preemptive pardon? They didn't. I know what a silly joke of a country. We are now a racial profiling by head size due to the Somalia problem. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. They got a preemptive pardon. They got one. That doesn't mean they needed one. I mean, they didn't do anything illegal. Although it meant that they knew that Joe Biden understood that Donald Trump was a vindictive little tiny fragile ego narcissistic despot who was going to try and prosecute everybody that had ever gone against him, and that's been pretty obvious that that's what he's been doing. That doesn't mean they did anything illegal. Would you care to tell me what laws they broke? Could you name for me what statute they broke? 24 people died in the BLM riots. Yes. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I don't think I ever argued for killing anybody. No, I said they didn't need one. Renee, you said why did they need a pardon? And I said they didn't. Didn't say they didn't get one. "37 mother." Oh, she had 2 kids? Man, that's really sad. Yes. I know that that Joe Biden got 81 million votes. 400,000 Americans died because of Trump's lies about COVID. That's the victim. I'm in. Agreed. Why would they even need one? They didn't need one. Joe Biden gave them one because he knew Donald Trump was a vindictive little turd who would try to come up with manufactured reasons to prosecute everybody that he had a vendetta against when she's done with Letitia James, with James Comey. So that was a good reason, but they haven't committed crimes. There was nothing illegal about the January 6th committee, which is why you can't actually name anything. You have to just come up with little stupid things about, Joe Biden giving them a pardon. Yes, 10 million more than Obama. I don't know why that's so hard to believe. He got 81 million votes. People voted for him. I'm sorry that hurts your feelings and gives you a feelings boo-boo. Got a cute kid bear, by the way. You've been doing lives for over a year. Actually, it's only until like a month ago that I wasn't doing like the vertical. And once I started doing the vertical, that's when I started getting all the comments. I'm still new to getting comments. I'm trying to get to where I'm doing, like, where I'm ignoring the non-relevant comments, but I also am trying to do a thing where, like, I want to engage people in real conversations and like have honest conversations. It's just hard to find those. There's been a few people where I've been able to like actually, like we still disagree, but we've been able to have conversations about things. And so I'd like to get to more of those. So I respond to conversations, some comments that, especially once I'm through my dashboard, but I appreciate your concern. They want to talk about the BLM. It's always like the BLM riots. Everything eventually becomes BLM riots or transgender, I'm surprised nobody's gone transgender yet. Letitia James did not commit crimes. Which is why they can't even get anybody to indict her now. Joe Biden actually created millions of jobs and had a record of setting infrastructure bill. What has Trump done that was positive? Yes, Joe Biden got more than Obama. Why did he pardon them? I've told you, because he knew that Donald Trump was a vindictive little bag of pus. Can you tell me, like, instead of asking rhetorical questions that have obvious answers that you don't like, why don't you tell me what crimes they were pardoned for? What crimes did they commit that needed pardons? What illegal thing did they do? The Trump regime is wholly responsible for the unrest in the country. They are the most corrupt, unqualified in U.S. history. The only agenda they have is to destroy democracy and make money. And make money for themselves. It's almost like you look at like the GDP growth. About almost all of the GDP growth is just investments in AI. And then the biggest recipients of those investments in AI, the biggest people that received all of this benefits from AI are Trump supporters. No, there weren't any fraudulent mail-in ballots. Oh, I did not know that. So in a private chat, somebody's telling me that Marco Rubio just got released from prison. I don't know. Didn't even know he was in prison. Well, there weren't any Antifa riots. Oh, being sarcastic. I don't know what 45-second pause means. I'm scrolling through the comments looking for something intelligent. It's just hard to find something like that's either just not the same stupid question, or there's no way that grievance-oriented, animosity-driven lesbian was trying to stand in the way of ICE deporting the Democrats' foreign collusion voting bloc because she hated it was built by. I don't know what all that is talking about. It seems like somebody is not very well grounded in reality. That's the one that I think definitely. I would love to see Mark Kelly, if he's not the president. I would love to see him become the next Secretary of Defense. A, I think he'd be a great Secretary of Defense. But B, I'd also like to see him have Pete Hegseth dragged in front of him and stand court-martial for his war crimes, which those are pretty blatant. I would love to see him prosecuted for giving the unlawful orders that he expected followed. That would be like karma would win that ball game. Antifa was a peaceful protest, wink, wink. Antifa is not a peaceful protest. Antifa is a concept. It is like you guys worry so much about Antifa. Yes, like when you say that you want to make America great again, or when you say you're a Christian, no, those things don't make, calling yourself the thing, I agree, does not make you that. And Antifa is not literally killing Trump supporters for being Trump supporters. That's just made up stuff. That's just completely made up. You voted to have a stooge preside over the invasion of our founding people's inheritance. How stupid are you, BLM bootlicker LGBTQ lapdog? Well, that was a really, really profound thought there. I bet you think that American History X is a story about how a good white supremacist got turned bad by being forced to have a black cellmate. I like podcasts like this. When I have a rotate, I already feel so much better about myself. Well, I'm glad that, I don't know if that's a snide comment or an actual comment, but either way, I'm glad that watching this makes your day better. Antifa. Not a president. He was way too middle ground. This guy, ha ha ha. I don't know what that means. Hopefully that's a good ha ha ha. Sarcasm goes right over his head. Apparently you don't understand it yourself. You can keep saying it's a concept, but we see the reality for ourselves. Yes, your made up reality. They have a hierarchy. They have a creed. They have meetings. They have a website. No, they don't. You know where? I think they found Antifa. And she's right where you would expect her to be. She's living with Uncle Tifa. Antifa. Uncle Tifa. Trump is the goat loser. Sliding with the wrong side of history over hate for one man now. Embarrassing about allowing Somalian fraud. Who's allowing Somalian fraud? Why is it that like everything's just got to be, and it's Somalian fraud. Like it's got to be Somalian fraud. Like other fraud is okay. Like all fraud isn't bad. It's just Somalian fraud. It's like, unless we can get this racist smear in there, it's just not, it doesn't dig as deep. We need to make it about race. So we got to call it Somalian fraud. Forget that the person that organized the whole thing was a white woman. The U.S. version of Antifa is like Zima compared to whiskey. If you want to compare our counterpart in Europe. Do they still make Zima? And wine coolers? Do they even make wine coolers anymore? Am I showing my age? Zima. I don't even know. Is Zima still a thing? I can't wait until the UN kidnaps Trump to send him to prison. Yeah, that's kind of like, can we do that now? Can England send over special forces and issue a indictment on Trump? Cat Tifa. That would actually make a heck of a movie. Like all the cats like join together and have a rebellion and take over. And it's like not, we always thought it was going to be like some cat, like that's always in the evil genius's lap. And, like where he's always petting but the cat is actually the one in control. And it turns out that the cats have been masterminding, taking over the world all this time. I've also always thought like if I made a cat movie, there would be like this high speed race, like chase between like the good guy cat is getting chased by the bad guy cats, but he like runs through this mud puddle and he gets through the other side of it and he has to stop and lick himself clean really quick. And then he starts running, and then the bad guy cat, he runs through the puddle and then he has to lick himself clean afterwards. These are the things I think about. Okay. He wears more makeup than, like, I'm surprised. Like, I don't know if like, is it just like at this point, is it lodged into his face? Is it like just imbued in there? Is there like is it just, can he even get it all off of him if he wanted? Has it just seeped so far into the pores? Yeah, you keep saying that my reality, that I'm creating reality, but you're really just refusing. No, I'm not refusing to do the most basic research. Actually, in all honesty, I do a lot of research. I spend hours researching before every show. I spend about 3 or 4 hours doing research before every show. That's what the dashboard is. The dashboards are my actual research. I know your research includes watching YouTube documentary on COVID or something, but don't focus on the Zima, focus on the comparison. The point is Antifa is nothing here in the US. I'm sorry. I did miss the point. I got sidetracked. So you're saying that America is Antifa, is like Antifa light. They suffered a lot more about it. I bet Kitty has some thoughts on this. Kitty, not Rainbow Kitty, but Resistance Kitty. She lived in Germany. In Germany, they definitely do not have fond remembrances of the Nazi Party. It's like if you don't go around there, they don't have, like, we want to have Confederate statues and stuff. If you suggested putting up a statue of Hitler, you would probably be beaten to death on the spot. Yes, you are stupid, and Trump's makeup and weave is a horrible. He's a real man, all right. You should use fusing cell technology to get a spine, instead of being a little sissy that sells out his nation to appease to fake oppressed groups. Okay, says whoever you are. On which part? Hey, how you doing there, Mike Lewis? Mike Lewis, 2118. You being anti-fascist is real. Our Constitution was structured around being anti-fascist. Dumbass. Which Constitution is that, Rick? Vote blue no matter who is not a cult. Okay, then. Well, it's not a cult. Like, this is sort of like literally the opposite of a cult, because a cult has a cult leader, right? Cult, like, number one thing for a cult is you need a leader. Vote blue no matter who is like the opposite of a leader. It says no matter who. It's literally saying no matter who. So no, vote blue no matter who is not a cult. Look, Antifa is like anonymous. It is an idea, but I assure you, we are now getting organized now. All Democrats are New Age Nazis. Oh, look, he said something. Like, if you actually look at Nazis and actually try to understand what Nazis are and what fascists are, and MAGA is actually fascist. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say Nazis. There is more than one kind of fascist. There's only one kind of Nazi. There are definitely very, much things that resemble Nazis, like the concentration camps. Am I way behind again? Sorry. It used to be Ich bin in Nuremberg. You know the Ich bin ein Berliner? Apparently, like, Patsy, Resistance Kitty can correct me on this one if I'm wrong, but Berliner is like a jelly donut in German. It's like so when he said Ich bin ein Berliner, he was saying I am a jelly donut. Is that right, Kitty? Democrats wish they had a cult leader. I do kind of wish we had a cult leader. I don't think if Gavin Newsom were my cult leader, then I would know that it was Gavin Newsom. I do not think. I think that Democrats think too much to have a cult leader. I think that we by default don't have a cult leader because we are effectively. I think we're more followers of ideals than people. That's also why you have more diversity on the left than on the right. You have less everybody rally behind one guy. I think the closest we've come was I think there was a lot of support for Obama, but there's probably more criticism on the left of Obama than there's been criticism on the right of Trump. Like most people on the left generally like Obama and will say that Obama was the best president of their lifetime, but they will still have criticisms of Obama. Like they don't like just hands down, he's the greatest president ever and whatever and all that kind of stuff. I think he was a good president. But I don't think he's a perfect president. Only non-Western countries should be allowed to enforce their border laws and enforcement. If you think Western countries should not import tens of, okay, what is a Western country? Is Brazil a Western country? What does Western mean? What and why? What does all that mean? And who? The idea of importing. Why does everything have to be weird? MAGA is awfully fond of talking catchphrases and pretending they are organizing. I think that they're really in trouble. I don't think that they realize what's going to hit them in 2028 because right now they are the party of Trump and Trump can't run in 2028. And J.D. Vance has the charisma of a shoe. Marco Rubio, they already tried Marco Rubio once and he didn't do anything. Who else do you got? Comer? Like there's no one on the there's no because they've all just been such sycophants for Trump. None of them stand out on their own as having any courage or decency or anything at all. They're all just little Trump sycophants. And then you got like Donald Trump Jr., who can't stop doing coke long enough. You've got Eric Trump, who even by Trump standards is dumb. Like Trump is Eric Trump is a mouth breather. Yeah, the Democrats invaded the KKK. There were also Republicans in the KKK. This was before it was all like left and right, Democrats versus Republican. Democrats were the party of the South, and the Republicans were the party of the North. That was more it. But there were racists in the North, and there were people who weren't racist in the South. But generally speaking, yeah. But this is like parties evolved, the nations evolved. We went through the 80s. This was like where I grew up, and then came to political life in a lot of ways. Was during the Reagan Democrats, they were called. Which by the time the 90s were over, they were all just called Republicans. But back then, that's why. How do you think that we had a Democratic governor in Arkansas of all states? Because the South was still Democrats then. And then this kind of transition from Democrat to Republican in the South happened. And Skippy, you'll appreciate this. A lot of that has to do with Pat Robertson. I think maybe we should call them Robertson Democrats. What do you think? Because I think that the Christianization and the injection of the culture wars and all of that, I think that has more to do with Pat Robertson than Donald Trump or Ronald Reagan or even George Bush or anything, or even Newt Gingrich. I think that was probably mostly Pat Robertson. He won like, I want to say 37% of the primary votes in 92. And he was, he was basically MAGA before there was MAGA. He was Trump before there was Trump. I is a case thing, like he called himself the object for saying he comes, or of Berlin, ich bin versus ich komme. Okay. So the whole Berliner chili donut thing doesn't hold up. Interesting. So that seems to be one of those urban myths. Obama is a wonderful president. I think he was. I thought he was really good. I don't think he was perfect. People bring up, like with his bombing Yemen and all that. I think it was different than what Trump is doing, but I still think he expanded the War Powers Act. I think he invented this language. I think that there was some issues with the associated forces, and he actually did request congressional authority to do that. He requested declaration of war. They didn't give it to him because they felt he didn't ask for enough authority, and so they kind of just said just use 2001, and they didn't say it officially, but they funded the war on ISIS. And I think that maybe in retrospect, maybe what Obama should have done is said no. I am not going to exceed my constitutional authority. If you want me to go after ISIS, then you have to authorize it. Then he could have forced Congress to work with him instead of being able to, use it against him while they hid from their own responsibility. Because it's not like anybody was like, oh, we're not going to go after ISIS. We shouldn't go after ISIS. Not while he's like they're beheading people and putting it on live stream. I think he should have insisted on getting getting a declaration of war. Did you know we haven't had a war declared since World War II? And although we've had like almost nonstop wars since World War II, we bombed countries over 624 times just this year. Did you know that? Got to run. Good night. Good night. I've got to get going too. We're getting up to 5 hours here, and my bladder can't get much fatter without making me sadder. So yeah, I think it is time to go. Now that I said that, I am definitely feeling the pressure. Hey, Epstein W. Appreciate. I just got long enough to see you pop on, so I appreciate that. Anyway, I do have to pee really, really badly. My wife's gonna get mad if I says that, but oh well. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.